And I've gone live. And I forgot to, oh, my screen is flickering. I wonder, is it going to do that on the actual video? I forgot to add myself into the live stream before going live. This video is to highlight a video on the YouTube channel Amy Newman. And I'll go ahead and put that up now because it's ongoing. Let's see. Click present, share screen. And there it is. Got it.
And old world monkeys are catarrhines. So
yeah, that's what I was trying to explain. So old world monkeys and apes are distinctly different.
And I think if I click that,
old world apes are a group within
there we
old
go.
world monkeys.
No.
Yes.
No. Catarrhines is a group that includes apes.
Having deja vu again.
It's different. This is what I majored in.
I'm going to end up having to talk over people.
Well, and I think
to talk at all because I'm
not
going to pause this. It's live
final
stream.
Word on this one. We are going to possibly have a debate on that,
but I'd rather just leave it going.
We are going to. I'm going to ask.
People can hear me.
Is going. Woo. They want you. Cindi,
but yeah, I wanted to say a few things about this, and
you don't say it. You're saying don't.
But my main reason for bringing
this
up,
I don't know what logical fallacy because it was a response to something Rubik said.
This? Well, you know what? I don't know if that mutes it or not. It's a mute screen audio. I'm hoping that's working. I just wanted to say the main reason why I'm doing this is because I want to highlight Amy Newman's channel, and that's what I created my Eminent Reflection YouTube channel for the most part, is to highlight channels that I think deserve a little extra attention. I'm also simulcasting this on my older YouTube channel that has more viewers. I hope some of those will come over to my Eminent Reflection channel and see what I have to offer there, because I'm not planning on simulcasting it every time. This is just something I'm doing for now. But yeah, I will probably be talking over them. I might be doing that now because I'm not sure if the muting thing worked. Yeah, I would like to break myself of the habit of talking over people during conversations. In this case, though, it's not really a conversation. I'm showing a live stream channel that is live streaming and they can't hear me. And I hope nobody leaves that live stream to come and view my live stream. If anybody does do that, I hope they'll go right back. Mine can be watched later after it's recorded. If somebody does come to my live stream, they want to go straight over to that one, they're welcome to do that. In fact, I'll see if I can post a link to that in the comments. I believe that would go into the comments to post a comment. So let's see if where is that one? I don't know where it went. There it is. Found it. Okay, grabbing the address of that. And click that back again. Okay. And I'm just going to post that link in the live chat that's in StreamYard. I don't know if that will show up anywhere for anyone to see or not, but there it is. I think that shows up in the comments for this video. And I didn't post anything saying what it was. I just put the link here. I'll redo it. Let's see. Amy Newman's video. I probably should have done one to the channel itself, but it's the video link that I happened to grab. So there. That's in there. Now, I do have things to say about the topic being discussed, and I asked if Amy would like me to go on there, and apparently this one is closed to people being added after, they've got their panel all set up already. Yeah, she's right about that. That a lot of people are leaving their faulty belief systems because reality sets in, and wrong about that. Yeah, and again, hey, let's see. Can I pause this and then pick it up from there? It's I think I can. Okay, so there, that's paused. I didn't know I could do that, and I should be able to pick that up. So it won't be picking this all up in live stream. I mean, it won't be keeping up with the live stream, their live stream, but that's fine. Maybe when that live stream is over, some people will find this. I might still be going at it. Then again, I might not, because I was involved with another live stream just a little while ago, which I made a very short video about, and that one went for about 25 hours. so I've been up a while. Any rate, so yeah, if I'm not sure if it changes the way my screen looks when I switch back and forth between those or not. I'm gonna see if I can bring this up on YouTube on my phone just to get a look, and maybe mute it so that it won't go in through my microphone. Let's see how to do that. Whoops. Okay, what did I do? Give me a moment. All right.
For me personally, when I look at the layers all over the planet,
here,
it's
and there, and click on that, and there. Okay, now, and it's not muted, that, but I can. Okay, now, and where do I mute it? It's not muted. That, oh, I'll just turn my volume down. There. That should do the trick. And all right, if I click on this screen here, there. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and unpause this. Okay. Yeah, in English, it does say that. And the English word day doesn't necessarily mean the same exact thing as the word that was translated into the English word day, because the stuff in the Bible wasn't originally written in English. The English language wasn't around back then. Oh, that's right. That's not gonna. Well, no, it should work. I'm trying to make sure that I'm actually. Oh, that's right. That's not gonna. Well. Oh. No, it should work. There it goes. I'm trying to make sure that I'm. Okay, so I do have this in about the right place. All right, I wonder. You know what? I can rewind this right back to the beginning, I do believe. There we go. And skip past the countdown. Let's try this. In case anybody didn't know, Amy's a comedian. Is it? Yeah. It should be obvious enough, but yeah. She's got a good YouTube channel. She makes fun of things and in the sense of makes things fun. So I hope people will check it out and enjoy the show. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this live stream to work going back this far because it's just kind of well, I mean, I guess you can see what it's doing. It's doing the going in circles thing. So what if I there just forward a bit? And skip the intro. Let's see. There. I just set the playback speed to 1.5 or 150%. I just set the playback speed to 1.5 or 150%. So I guess you could call this a reaction video of sorts. I had not really intended when I created my Eminent Reflection channel. There, I want to pause this just momentarily. I hadn't really intended when I created my Eminent Reflection channel to do this with live streams. I had thought about it, but I hadn't really thought much about it. Mainly, it was meant to be videos that are already produced. Yeah, I made one earlier today. I had to look at the time to see. Yeah, that was today. About a different live stream while that live stream was going. And then I noticed Amy Newman was broadcasting, so I checked out her live stream and had some things I wanted to say about some of the stuff that was being said in there. And since she's not taking people in there to to add to the panel, I figured, well, good time to do a live stream about her live stream and add some of those thoughts and reactions in my own live stream. So back to unpaused. Okay. She does this a lot, by the way. She likes to thank people and stuff, and it's good. I should do more of that. I am thankful, by the way, for the people who view my channel, subscribe to my channel. I don't express it so much, but yeah, I like Amy. She's got a nice personality, treats people well. Just saying. Another thing I want to clarify up front. I have heard Cindi Lincoln speak before. I don't think I've spoken with her. Not certain I haven't, but um, I do disagree with a lot of things that she believes to be true. I don't agree that they are true, but I don't mean any disrespect. She seems like a sincere person. I think she really honestly believes the stuff she says she believes, and I cannot say the same for a lot of people who claim to have very similar beliefs. Some people believe such things wholeheartedly. Some people um, think they can fool a god they believe might exist into believing that they believe such things, and that's going to gain them some place in the afterlife or something. I think she's actually sincere. So I don't mean any disrespect. People have different points of views, and I think she's wrong about a lot of things. I will say that. She has every right to say that she thinks I'm wrong as well, and I won't take that as any sign of disrespect. If she wants to express disrespect toward me, she'll have to be a little more direct than that. Hi, Ray. I'm not. Yeah, that's an easy thing to get with a live stream is accidental echo. that would do it. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah. One big clue to the source of such an echo, if you're ever live streaming and you have that happen, is to pay attention to, is it just one copy of the audio, or is it going again and again and again? Because if it's happening over and over, even if each one's getting softer, that's a feedback loop. If it gets louder each time, then you have a major problem, because it'll basically have a sort of catastrophic audio failure where all you hear is the feedback. But yeah, well, glad they figured it out. Cute. Ouch. Ouch. Entomology. I just want to mention, trying to pause it in a good spot, hard to do. I just want to mention, ecologies evolve as well. Ecosystems evolve. Monetary systems evolve. Language systems evolve. Systems in general tend to evolve. Moving on. I want to add a little bit to that. Yes, that's absolutely true. We share genes in common with our ancestors that have been passed down from generation to generation to generation to generation. But an interesting thing about evolution is that it often leaves a sort of a record. Now, the fossil record is a well-known one, but there are other kinds of records as well. For example, if you have a mutation that is unique to you, you have enough genetics in common with your parents to identify genetically who your parents are. But that genetic mutation that is unique to you isn't in your parents. And if you have an offspring that carries that unique genetic mutation, that is a record in their genetics that they inherited that genetic mutation, not from your parents, because your parents didn't have it. Not sure if I'm explaining that really well. Just wanted to add a little note about that. A lot of times when genes evolve, there are changes that happen to them that don't change what they do, and it's a long story behind why that is the case. But there are changes that can happen to a gene that can be recognized chemically, that if the sequence of that gene is read out, it can be recognized that there is a change in the sequence. But say, for example, if the gene codes for producing a certain protein, if one nucleotide changes, it may or may not change what protein is produced or whether or not a protein is produced by that gene. And if it doesn't change the protein that's produced, there's no visible sign of that change in the gene in what grows out of that the genetics that contain that gene. But it is something that can be detected with the right instruments, with the ability to genetically sequence. So moving on. True. I want to try to word that in another way. I know there are people out there who are gonna attack that and say, well, you think it takes such and such amount of time, but how can you be sure? And yeah, there are methods for testing such things. So that's not really an argument against it. It's more of an argument from ignorance. But I do want to point out that there's another way of looking at this as well, and that is the number of changes. Now, when we're talking about the evolution of, say, for example, a species of plant or animal into variations of that species, which may eventually evolve into species themselves. Every genus out there, every genus was once a species. It may or may not have been labeled as a species. In most cases, they haven't been, because it takes that long generally to go from the level of being a species to the level of being a genus. That takes a while, but every genus was once a species by the same definition that species within that genus are now each a species. And in the same sense, as an ecology evolves, well, wait, let me finish my other thought first. Okay, within the evolution of a species, in that sense, generally what they talk about is the evolution of the genome within a population. So we're not talking about the evolution of the genome of an individual, because sure, that individual's genome does evolve. Every cell in my body has its own genome, and they're all pretty close to identical, but they're not all completely identical, because mutations do happen occasionally as cells divide. And that also is a record of the evolution of the genetics in my own body from the time that I was a fertilized egg until now. And that is also trackable, but they're much smaller changes, and there are fewer changes than you'd expect to see between one species and another species, or between two variants of the same species. in the same sense, as an ecology evolves, you know, different different plants go extinct, different animals go extinct, different plants and animals growing to fill those niches left behind by what went extinct, and things vary. Variation happens. If you look, for example, at the multiple cultivated varieties of Brassica oreacea, basically the wild cabbage, and the wild mustard that evolved from. Um, you'll see there's a very recognizable distinction between them, even though they're all the same species. That you know, technically broccoli is cabbage. It's a wild cabbage. Um, Modified through selective breeding, and you know, broccoli is, cauliflower is, kale is, um, you know, there's a bunch of them. It's just an off the top of my head example because it's a really well known one. But you know, when you find certain life forms in an ecology that were only around in that ecology, it tells you what ecology you're looking at, because you know, because you don't find it anywhere else. And um, if something has gone extinct beyond, you know, at a certain period of time, in the fossil record beyond that time isn't going to show any more of that. If something had not yet existed before a certain time, the fossil record is not going to show that. And this is what we find in the fossil record, that whole ecologies evolved. I want to back up a moment there. Um, technically humans are monkeys, but it depends on kind of how you define a monkey. Apes are basically tailless monkeys. I mean, that's an oversimplification, but we humans are apes, and monkeys tend to be grouped into two classifications: old world monkeys and new world monkeys. And if you consider the shared ancestor of old world monkeys and new world monkeys to be monkeys, then we share those ancestors in common with old world monkeys and new world monkeys. It's kind of like the way that for a long time humans were excluded from the group of apes just to be excluded. That people didn't want to accept humans as being part of the animal kingdom. So they tried to say humans aren't animals. Well, we are. We fit the definition, and there's no way that you can make any sense of trying to claim that we're not and have a reasonable definition of what an animal is. And the same thing with apes. There's no way that you can claim that we humans are not apes and have a reasonable definition of what an ape is, unless you say apes are all of this but not human, which is special pleading. It's not logical. So just saying, yeah, technically we humans are monkeys. We're just not well, specifically in the category of well, I shouldn't say any more than that because I don't want to make a possible mistake, and I'm really tired. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll let Rubik go on speaking. Rubik's. Sorry, said it wrong. Yeah, that's been contended before, and again, I don't mean any disrespect, but disagreement. It has gone through court, and the courts have decided that no, creationism is not scientific, because there were people who tried to get it taught in science classrooms. If anybody ever comes up with a scientific creationism, I'm sure they'll allow it in science classrooms, just as scientific biology is allowed in science classrooms. Non-scientific stuff doesn't belong in a science classroom, and creationism has never been scientific. There are some people who have attempted to approach it scientifically. Unfortunately, the vast majority of them seem to have no clue what that means, so they fail badly. And those that do know what it means fail because it's not scientific, and there's no evidence of supernatural anything, let alone supernatural creation specifically. Now, does creation happen? Yes. I'm creating this YouTube video, and um, I'm using it to highlight a video being created by Amy Newman. So, yeah, creation happens, but not supernatural creation. My parents, you could say, created me in a sense, but they didn't do it supernaturally. I wasn't there, but I'm still quite sure they didn't do it supernaturally, and they've never claimed they did it supernaturally. So, and even if they had, there's no evidence of that. Okay. I appreciate it's not just blind faith, but I have yet to see any actual creationists do any testing. Observing, yeah, but they tend to mostly observe like what's written in a book, and things about the present that they can find ways to conjecture or agree with the book. Again, it's a lack of understanding how science works, and I don't hold it against them. They don't know any better. Now, those who are doing it deceptively on purpose, yeah, I'll hold that against them if I know that's what they're doing, or if I'm reasonably sure I know that's what they're doing. I don't think most average people who believe religious things, who believe in supernatural and things like that, are intentionally trying to deceive anyone. Maybe to some extent trying to deceive themselves if they realize that they don't have any really good reasons to actually believe something is true, but they want to believe it's true. I do know some of that goes on, but I don't think most of them are trying to deceive other people. Okay, let me stop right there. First off, yeah, there are a lot of creationists who actually do think that evolution, or at least they claim to think that evolution says things like that a monkey, not meaning a human monkey, but a non-human monkey, gave birth to a human, uh, as if it was, like a furry monkey with a tail and a, small stature, no bipedal walking and things like that. They're basically very, very obviously non-human, gave birth to a human. Um, it's really not even something that you can clearly say that there was even a almost human who gave birth to a human, because there's the question of where that exact cutoff is. And I mean, if you define human very, very strictly, then yeah, there would have been such a case. But generally speaking, such things don't get defined very that strictly, because those transitional forms, the most minute transitional forms, aren't still around, and so we don't tend to have to deal with them. And yes, the fossil records show a lot of transitional forms, but again, not to that extreme granularity where we have to make these tiny little distinctions, or at least where most people have to make such tiny little distinctions. Some people dealing with specific lineages actually do. Mm, Okay. First off, there is not just one way that fossils form. Um, that's not entirely true. Yeah, it's kind of vaguely that, but no, that doesn't necessarily have to be water involved. I mean, not directly at least. Somebody could be buried in a sand dune, and they're not eaten by something, and they don't. The bones don't decompose and break away, and they don't get worn away by the wind blowing the sand around. If they're just buried in the sand dune, they can be preserved that way, in a sense, sort of mummified. And eventually, yeah, maybe eventually water will cover that desert. It might rain, maybe water will go through the sand occasionally, or maybe someday it will actually be at the bottom of a lake or something. And permineralization is more likely to happen when there is a fluid like water going through and washing away the materials that the thing was originally made out of, and replacing some of them with materials that basically rocks are made of. Again, I'm oversimplifying this, but I think the point that was being made, though, that I think Cindi kind of missed, is that it isn't just a matter of that we can look and say, for example, oh, this thing lived in a forest, because there's forest stuff in the sediment. There's forest stuff in the fossils that we can recognize. It's more of exactly which forest stuff. For example, giant ferns aren't around anymore. We don't have them. There used to be such a thing, and now there just isn't. We do have giant moss, but giant moss is maybe a few inches tall or so. Maybe half a meter if it's really really big. But giant ferns were, if we had them now, we would call them trees. Now, I want to be very clear about, when we talk about trees in the biological sense, that is not a single clade. That is not something that shares a common tree ancestor. They're very large plants. Plants tend to have branches in general. Not all trees are branching plants. I mean, not all what we generally would call trees in nature are branching plants. For example, a coconut tree has fronds and a stem and roots, and that's pretty much it. Generally, no branches. When we talk about a tree structure, we're usually talking about a branching structure, and the term tree applies to other things in that sense. That for example, if we're talking about a file directory tree, that is a branching structure. But there again, branching plants that never grow to be very large, we generally don't call trees. And so trees don't all trees don't have a common tree ancestor. They have a common plant ancestor, or common plant ancestors that they all share in common. That's permineralization, not fossilization. Minor distinction, but worth mentioning. Not always. Well, I wonder who's whispering in the background. Okay. I should have seen that was where she's going with that. Is, yeah, requires water, therefore flood. By the way, floods happen, not global ones. We don't have enough water on the planet to flood all of the land. Could we flood a lot more land than is flooded now? I mean, could a lot more land end up underwater? Yeah, a lot of it. But there just isn't enough water on the planet to cover all of the land when we've got mountains and stuff. Now, if all of the land was perfectly flat, sure, you could have a very thin layer of water over all of it. But that's not really what anybody is proposing happened, as far as I can tell. I suppose there are some people who, try to say that, yeah, the land was all perfectly flat and then the flood ruined that and made mountains and valleys and stuff. But we know how those things form, and global floods is not how they form. And yeah, depending on the situation, depending on the circumstances, it might take a very long time for something to decay. And yeah, water can be involved, but then again, a lot of times something ends up in water and it gets eaten by stuff in the water. If it ends up in water that doesn't have any oxygen in it, it might be preserved because nothing lived there, or it might be eaten by stuff that doesn't require oxygen because there are anaerobic bacteria that thrive in oxygen deprived environments. Anyway, moving on. Oh, there's an easy one. What came first, the seed or the tree? Well, first off, let's go back to this Adam and Eve thing. There's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure, and I've read the Bible, that there's nothing in there that says that God created Adam and Eve as adults. If you take the mention of days to be literal 24-hour Earth rotation periods, or whatever amount of time the Earth took exactly to rotate back then, 360 degrees, then yes, since God was holding conversations with them the first day, it would seem that they were created as adults, but not necessarily. Maybe it was accelerated growth. I mean, if he could create them out of dust and bring them to life, I don't see any reason why he couldn't have created them out of biology and let them grow into an adult in an accelerated time frame. But it's obviously a work of fiction, so whatever. Oh, the chicken or the egg. Oh, that's right. She mentioned the seed or the tree. Okay. And there again, like I said, trees don't share a common tree ancestor. What they do share is a common seed ancestor. Yes, plants are the ancestors of trees, and they're plants that had seeds. Well, there again, I should maybe clarify a minor correction on that, possibly. There are trees that basically have the equivalent of spores, not really what we would call seeds per se, that we still call trees. So yeah. Oh, geez. And a coconut. Do you call that a seed? I would. It looks like a seed, but really big. It acts like a seed. It behaves like a seed. It is anatomically in many ways like what you would generally expect a seed to be, and it is the thing that trees grow out of. As a matter of fact, gametes in animals are often called the seed of that animal. So if you go that way, then yeah, everything evolved from seeds. Everything. Well, every multicellular life form evolved from seeds. Unicellular life forms, not so much. They evolved from other unicellular life forms. But if you consider that that, for example, the gametes of a human start from a single fertilized egg to produce an embryo, which what we generally call a seed is in plants is a plant embryo, um, which also started from a single fertilized cell. So if you start with that single fertilized cell as the beginning of each multicellular life form, which there are multicellular life forms that start from, say, for example, a piece of another multicellular life form. They're not starting from a single cell at that point. But if you go back far enough, they did start from a single cell. So everything, every cellular life form on the planet has cellular life as a common ancestor. And somewhere back, if you go back far enough, all of the cellular life form that we know of that's alive on the planet now would have shared, most likely, some single one-celled life form a very long time back. It's hard to say that for sure because single-celled life forms can exchange genes with each other. So maybe there were multiple single-celled ancestors who exchanged and swapped genes, and it never really got down to just one single cell. And some of the multicellular stuff might have evolved from a population of such single-celled life forms rather than from a single-celled life form. It's a thing that it's still, I think, unsettled, and there is evidence to be looked at, and there is more evidence being uncovered over time. But yeah, I don't think that's entirely a settled issue yet. But as far as the chicken and the egg, other birds had eggs long before chickens existed, and we know it was before chickens existed because chickens are a thing humans made. We evolved them out of jungle fowl, and jungle fowl had eggs before chickens had eggs. Jungle fowl, by the way, are descendants of other birds which also laid eggs. And those birds are descendants of other therosaurs. By the way, a bird is a therosaur. Those birds are descendants of other therosaurs that also laid eggs. And therosaurs are descendants of other quadrupeds that also laid eggs. So yeah, eggs have been around for quite a while. Chickens, not so much. And that's a false statement right there. Because if the chicken gets up off of the egg does not immediately die. It doesn't work that way. And also, a chicken egg has evolved to grow with a mother chicken around. A chicken egg has evolved to come from a pair of chickens producing a fertilized chicken egg, or should I say, a fertilized chicken egg has evolved to come from a pair of chickens producing a fertilized chicken egg. And I don't know if chickens ever have abiogenesis. Not abiogenesis. Well, sorry. Oh, what's the term? It slips my mind now. Sex with reproduction without sex. I know the word, just my mind's blocked right now. At any rate, parthenogenesis. Oh, parthenogenesis. Okay, don't know if chickens have parthenogenesis. Ever. Probably very rarely, if they do at all. But in the case, if and when they do, that would be a chicken egg coming fertilized, or effectively fertilized chicken egg coming from a single chicken parent. But it would still have evolved to come from a chicken parent and to survive in an environment that involved a chicken parent. Now, some animals lay eggs and abandon their eggs pretty much immediately. And that behavior goes along with having eggs that can survive that behavior, because that is the environment those eggs evolved to survive in. Chicken eggs didn't evolve to survive in that sort of situation. So yeah, generally speaking, it's helpful for them to have a mother chicken around. But you can raise a chicken egg in an incubator without a mother chicken. And if a chicken egg were abandoned in circumstances very similar to being in an incubator, a natural setting, for example, maybe in a pile of rotting leaves, that were kept warm by the rotting process. If the egg is in a sufficiently similar setting to what it has evolved to survive in, there's at least a reasonable chance it will survive. And if that were to happen frequently, for example, if chickens had started developing the habit of not sticking around to lay on their eggs, or to sit on their eggs, or any other birds for that matter, or any other animals at all, any animals that lay eggs, if they stop sticking around, not talking all at once because that's not how things work, but if over time a particular species of egg laying animals develops the habit of laying their eggs and then just leaving them and going away, those eggs that survive that will be the future generations. And those that don't survive that will not be the future generations. And so there will be a selective pressure for those eggs to survive that situation. Chicken eggs haven't had to evolve to survive that situation, and yet we can raise them in an incubator. So again, I don't think Cindi is lying, but she's wrong, demonstrably wrong. I want to correct that as well. This idea that something that hasn't been thought out is necessarily random. A tree seed does not have to think out how it grows into a tree, and we don't need a human or a god or anything else to guide that tree seed into growing into a tree. It is evolved to grow into a tree in a given environment, or at least an environment similar to the environment that it evolved in. If it finds itself in that kind of environment, it will grow into a tree, because that's what it does. That's what its chemistry happens to do. Its genetics decide what proteins it will produce and when it will produce them, and its internal cellular chemistry and its genetics and the environment around it decide when different genes get switched on and do those jobs. None of that had to be pre-thought out. What it had to be is evolved, and that is something that can be demonstrated. Complexity does arrive through evolution. A very easy way to demonstrate that using randomization is to roll a dice and keep a record of the rolls of that dice. You write it down: 1, 3, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, is that evolution? Well, the last digit is not evolving. That's just a roll of a dice. That's random. The sequence is evolving. Every time you add another digit on the end of that sequence, the sequence changes a little bit. And changes adding up is evolution. So that sequence, as it gets longer and longer and longer, is evolving and becoming more complex. Now, that is not the only way that evolution can produce complexity, but that is a very easily demonstrable way that evolution can produce complexity. Just like that, you go from having a very simple string of 1 or 2 or 3 digits to a very complex long string of digits that appear pretty much random, because you produce them by rolling a dice to get randomized numbers from 1 to 6. Now, nature can do the same thing. The contour of a beach, for example, can evolve over time. And in some ways, some evolutionary pressures may make that tend toward simplification. Others will make it tend toward additional complexity. But both are possible in evolution. Oops. Here we go. Again, that is demonstrably false. We have incubators that are designed to help eggs grow. And yes, different eggs sort of require different circumstances to grow in. And so you can't just set the incubator, well, you can't just have like a generic incubator with a single setting and expect every egg to survive in it. Just, put a whole bunch of different kinds of eggs in and they're all going to live. Some will, some won't. Make it a little colder, different ones will survive and different ones won't. Make it a little warmer, different ones will survive and different ones won't. But you don't have to put it in an incubator. There are places in nature that are like that. Some are warmer than others, some are colder than others, some are more humid than others, some are less humid than others. Yes, some animals do just abandon their eggs and walk away. They literally do what she just said. All eggs will die if you do to them. A lot of eggs have parents that do just that. They drop their eggs wherever they just happen to be, and some do die, and some don't. I don't know if it's most, but I would say probably most parents of eggs that we humans would bother to pay attention to or that any large number of humans would bother to pay attention to, do tend to pick environments for their eggs that the eggs are more likely to survive in. And again, it's not likely that they're actually thinking to themselves, I'm going to lay an egg. Where's a nice place this egg will survive in? It's more likely that they have instincts that they have evolved to have because those instincts have helped their ancestors to survive and successfully reproduce. So they have the same instincts which will help them to survive and successfully reproduce. And among those instincts are things like, for example, if you're a butterfly, maybe you lay your eggs on the underside of a leaf. Now, you could have laid your egg on the top of a leaf, and they attach their egg to the leaf so it can get nutrients from it. But again, they don't have to know that that's why they're doing that. They just have to know this is the thing they feel like doing. And the underside of the leaf, in the case of most leaves that I can think of, probably easier to get nutrients from anyway. But also, if you just dropped an egg there, it would just fall to the ground. So attaching it makes sense. Keep in mind also that caterpillars have an instinct to attach themselves to the underside of something like a leaf, for example, to produce a cocoon or a chrysalis before they sort of metamorph into their adult stage. So that instinct to attach something to the underside is already there. And when they're an adult and they attach an egg instead of attaching themselves, it's probably connected to that same instinct. But yeah, no, demonstrably false statement again. I don't think Cindi is lying. I hope she's not lying. Um, but she can be easily demonstrated to be wrong. And I doubt she'll ever see this, but I hope she does, because I'd like her to know that she's wrong, and or at least know to that it's something she should look into, because there are a lot of people who are going to think that she's lying and that other people saying such things are lying. And if you're an honest person, it's not nice to have people think that you're lying. And there we go. Thank you, Bree. It's true of non-chickens. Yeah, and chickens probably do it occasionally as well. But their instincts say not to. Okay. First off, nobody made that claim that without a mom, an egg just appears. The first chicken egg would have been the first egg that produces a chicken. Now, again, this is usually a gray area sort of thing. So chances are its parent would have also been a chicken, but maybe not as clearly, distinctly a chicken as the slightly mutated form coming from that particular first chicken egg. If you consider its parent to be a chicken as well, then it would have come from a chicken egg. And if you consider that one's parent or parents to be chickens as well, they also would have come from a chicken egg. And when you finally get back to a point where you say, no, I can't consider this ancestor to be a chicken anymore, it also would have come from an egg. But by definition, that would not have been a chicken egg, because it wasn't producing a chicken. It might have been producing something so close to a chicken that there's going to be a lot of argument over whether it was or was not a chicken. But at the point where you decide that far back the ancestor could not be considered a chicken, it still came from an egg. It wasn't a chicken egg. And it still had a parent. That parent was not a chicken. Or, well, might have been one chicken and one not quite a chicken. But again, if you go far enough back, eventually you will get to something that wasn't a chicken. And that was the point, that when we're talking about eggs being laid 1 billion years ago, yes, that predates the chicken, and those are eggs. Now, if you mean which came first, the chicken egg or the chicken, there again, the chicken egg had to have come first, because the adult chicken had to have come from somewhere. Now, unless you decide that it must have been created by something without an egg, and then there's the question of how was it created without an egg? How would you know if, for example, there was a creator of the universe who also created all the life on Earth? Maybe we're something like a computer simulation. We're in like the Matrix, and there were a team of programmers or a single programmer who made all of this. How can you know that they did not produce the first human from an egg with a shell, or produce the first human in an incubator from a fertilized egg that would produce a human? You got no way of knowing that, even if you conjecture as far as to say a God created it all. And we have no evidence that ever happened. We have no evidence that there even is anything that most modern humans who believe in a God would call a God if they saw it. There are probably alien civilizations out there with technology advanced enough that a lot of people might think they were gods when they first encountered them because of things they could do that we can't. But I think that would, fall away very quickly when they came to understand that this is technology, not innate powers they're born with. And what if the technology is biological technology? What if for 1,000,000 years some alien civilization has guided their own biological evolution to give them abilities equivalent to what we would get out of machines we produced and things like that? Again, they might appear to be gods from someone's point of view, but we currently have no evidence of them. And that's kind of my point. We don't have any evidence of any gods at all, unless you go with the definition of gods, like, say, for example, to say someone who wins the Olympics is a god. Okay, fine. Then we have evidence of that sort of a god. Because, the Olympics happens and people win. And they are all eggs. Okay, Amy's gonna read a super chat thing off there, and I think she's got it up on the screen. Yeah, I just want to comment on that. Yes, absolutely. The ancestor of a chicken would have been the ancestor of the earliest chicken would arguably have been a chicken as well. And arguably not have been a chicken. That's the point, is it's arguable. As Bree said, that's a line that we humans draw. It's not a line that nature draws. It's not a line that that the process of evolution draws. It is a line that we humans draw because we categorize things because it makes it easier to talk about them. And we tend to group things into such categories across a rather large diversity in some cases, to reduce the number of such categories we have to talk about, because otherwise we'd end up having to name every single thing on the planet with its own unique name in order to be able to talk about stuff, and our languages would be completely unlearnable. They're hard enough as it is. We don't need them to be completely unlearnable. Now, if we were to design a language from scratch and start over and use all of our scientific knowledge and our knowledge of mathematics and set theory and geometry and all this other stuff that we've gained over the existence of humanity, we could probably make a much more efficient language for such things, but we would still have to draw a line somewhere and say this is a set that we're going to call by a certain name as a group. And yeah, but the point is, the first chicken egg, nobody in their right mind is proposing that the first chicken egg appeared out of nothing. Some people in their right mind, and some probably not so much in their right mind, are proposing that the first chicken pretty much appeared out of nothing, that something magicked the first chicken into existence. And it would actually be less far-fetched. Sorry, nose is itching, it's bothering me. It would actually be less far-fetched to say that something magicked the first chicken egg into existence, because at least that is something. I mean, we humans could produce the DNA of a chicken and insert that into a living cell. We could maybe, if we were, if we worked hard enough at it, painstakingly put together all of the right proteins and other chemistry to produce a chicken egg and insert chicken genetics into it that we fabricated in a laboratory. That is a huge, monumental task that I'm not even sure we could do with our modern technology. Eventually, yes, I'm sure. Eventually, if we don't wipe ourselves out, we could do that. I think we could probably do it now, but it would be a huge, monumental task to make that one chicken cell that could then grow into a chicken. A lot of people would call that magic. Compare that with producing one chicken cell for each cell in a chicken and putting them all together in an order and configuration that forms a chicken. Imagine the level of technology we humans would have to do that, cell by cell, molecule by molecule, to put the whole thing together and actually make a chicken without a chicken egg, without a starter cell, without producing a chicken egg and growing a chicken from it. Yeah, the more unlikely miracle would be the miracle of producing the chicken rather than the egg. If you want to say it was done by miracle, which again we have no evidence to support, the more sensible miracle would be the production of a chicken egg from nothing or from stuff around you than the production of a chicken from nothing or from stuff around you. But again, nobody in their right mind is proposing that a chicken egg was produced from nothing or from pure randomness or any such nonsensical stuff. That's not what evolution is. It's not how evolution works. It's not what biology is. It's not how biology works. Biological evolution is not randomness. It's not magic. And it's not stuff from non-stuff. Again, that's permineralization. You don't need that for fossilization. That's permineralization is a specific type of fossilization. Fossilization is basically just something becoming a fossil. And if you look up a definition of fossil, look at all the sub definitions and stuff. There are various ways that you can define what it is to be a fossil. But basically, a fossil is a remnant. It's something old that for example, when they talk about they say, some people say crocodilians are living fossils, meaning they're alive. They're not permineralized, but they have a form that is practically identical to that of their ancestors from very long ago. They are a representation of that thing from the past. And in that sense, they're a fossil. A mummy could be considered a fossil human, even if it's been kept from being able to get permineralized. It is technically a fossil, and the bones inside of it are fossilized bones, but they're not permineralized bones if they haven't been through that process of being permineralized, of having much of their substance replaced by minerals carried in a liquid such as water. And could that be done with other liquids as well? Sure. Don't see any reason why not. But how many liquids do we have available here on Earth? So, yeah, generally speaking, probably going to be water. Could tar do it? Well, it's wet, but there's water in tar. So, at least I'm pretty sure there's always water in tar. Maybe there's tar without water. I don't know. I mean, tar is, well, petroleum, a form of petroleum. I'm not sure. See, I'm no expert on tar, so yeah. But that's kind of my point. There are things I can't speak authoritatively on because I don't know enough, and I can recognize that I don't know enough. This is what I would like Cindi to recognize, is that she doesn't know enough. And I'm not saying she can't learn enough, but as long as you think you already have all of the answers, how are you going to get yourself to learn what the answers really are? A proto chicken. Okay. I'm going to respond to that. Yes, the egg came first, because the first multicellular life form came from single cells. Now, there may have been colonies of cells that got together and formed multicellular colonies, but the first thing you could rightly call a multicellular life form in its own right, with all of its own cells and not just colonies of maybe different species of cells. Again, these are, as Bree was saying, lines we humans draw to make distinctions so we can talk about things. And you might notice I'm having a little trouble talking about this because it's a gray area that doesn't get talked about much. But if you're talking about things like a human or a chicken or a tree that have all cells that came from a single fertilized cell, the first of those, whatever it might have been, would have also come from a single cell, with a mutation that allowed the descendants of that single cell to act like a multicellular organism and stay together. And probably early on, those multicellular organisms were basically made entirely out of what we might now consider ovary cells, in a sense, or seed cells or something like that. They may or may not have already had sexual reproduction ability. If you had a multicellular organism that was basically an ovary, and a multicellular organism that was basically the equivalent of a testicle, and no, this is not a likely scenario, but I'm just saying, if that was it, if somehow they were able to survive, maybe they were microscopic and they could feed through osmosis and breathe through osmosis and didn't need lungs and a stomach and whatever, but just a little clump of ovary cells and a little clump of testicle cells that they could then produce eggs and sperm and fertilize the eggs and get offspring that are little clumps of ovary cells and little clumps of testicle cells. But I don't think anybody's proposing that that's what actually happened. More likely, the earliest multicellular organisms, and multicellularity has evolved more than once. We know that because we've seen it evolve, by the way. How many times the multicellularity that we have now evolved? Don't know. I mean, did it evolve multiple times right near each other and they bred together and we're offspring of more than one of them? No way to know. But if we consider a single such event as the beginning of multicellular life forms, that would have pretty much inevitably come from a single cell. And that single cell would effectively have been the egg that produced that multicellular life form. It wouldn't have had a multicellular parent. It would have had an egg parent, which would have had an egg parent, which would have had an egg parent, which would have had an egg parent as far back as you can still call it an egg. And before that, it would have had single cellular parents, that each parent would have been a cell, but not necessarily an egg. And again, where do you draw the line? Well, we haven't had to. But if we did have to, that would be us doing it because we had to, because we needed to be able to talk about such things. It's not a thing that nature would have done or that evolution would have done. Evolution doesn't care whether a particular cell is an egg cell or just a single cellular organism or a cell in a multicellular organism. Evolution is just the accumulation of change. It doesn't care about anything. It doesn't have that ability. It's not a life form. It's not a thinking being. Now, if you want to say God did it, then yeah, you're by most people's definition, then you're talking about a thinking being, generally a supernatural thinking being. And then you're still left with the question of, if God did it, how did God do it? And if the answer is God spoke it into existence, well, that's not really an answer. That's a little fraction of an answer. If I tell someone to go write a computer program, I didn't produce that computer program by speaking the words, go produce that computer program. I directed someone else. They did that. How they did it is still, not answered at that point. And if God produced things by giving instructions to someone or something else, whether to angels or to nature itself or whatever the case might have been, just saying, God spoke it into existence is actually kind of a false statement, even if he did speak and the end result was that the thing existed. That's not speaking it into existence. So yeah, the God hypothesis needs to be more thoroughly explored if you want to consider it a viable hypothesis in any sense. And that has not been done because people don't look at it scientifically. And again, yeah, there have been some exceptions, but so far as I know, they've all failed. If anybody knows of one that hasn't failed, by all means show it to the world, because somehow it's managed not to show itself. Yep, that's part of being an egg. And no, they're not as complex as a chicken, because a chicken has lots of cells that are all that complex, and it also has some cells that are less complex than that. For example, red blood cells are less complex than a chicken egg, and don't contain a full set of DNA of the cells they came from. And red blood cells don't tend to reproduce and make more red blood cells either. They're produced by the bone marrow cells in animals. And which exact bone marrow cells, I don't know. That's beyond my technical knowledge. Not sure how many different kinds of bone marrow cells there are, but yeah, a chicken is definitely much more complex than a chicken egg, and that complexity came out of the chicken egg and the environment and evolution. The simple chicken egg evolved into a complex chicken through the accumulation of change. Dividing once and becoming two pretty much identical egg cells was a change. That was a change of that cell into two cells. Now, that in and of itself is not evolution. That's just a change. And you could call it reproduction, because you can take those two egg cells apart from each other. And no, in a chicken egg, you've got a shell, but I mean, if you carefully reshelled them and put them in their own separate shells, they could produce two chickens. As a matter of fact, if you separate them within the egg, they could produce twin chickens in one egg. They have that potential. But when those two cells divide and become two cells each, so you now have four cells, that's another change in addition to the first change. And when more of those cells divide and produce more cells, again, those are more changes being added. And when some of those cells start to differentiate and not be basically egg cells anymore, but become the progenitors of things like skin cells or brain cells or bone cells, those are more changes that are being added. And each change that adds on is a part of the evolution. No one of those changes by itself is the evolution of a chicken egg into an adult chicken. And yes, that is evolution. I know there are people out there who are going to try to correct me on that and say, no, that's not evolution. It's not evolution of the kind they are thinking of when they say a thing like that. When they're talking about the evolution of a population over time, if you're talking about a population of multicellular life forms, no, it's not that kind of evolution. And if you're talking about evolution in the sense of accumulation of random mutations that survive or don't survive based on the pressures of the environment, which are not random, it's not that kind of evolution either. But it is still evolution. The evolution of a clump of cells into an adult chicken is evolution. And the egg would be the beginning of that evolution. Again, the egg simply dividing into two egg cells within the egg shell is not in and of itself evolution in that sense. There is chemistry evolving within the egg that allows it to do that initial dividing. The chemical environment evolves and produces that cell division. And then the chemical environment inside of each of those sister cells, again, evolves and produces cell division. And there are nutrients in the egg that are used for that process, that the egg cell uses to do this chemical evolution and biologically evolve from a cell that is not ready to divide into a cell that is ready to divide, and into a cell that is dividing, and into a pair of cells that came from one that divided. Nope, nobody's saying that. Much newer, yes. Okay, I'm going to just pause that for a moment. I think Bree described that very well, but I will go as far as to say that even what Bree is referring to as early eggs are very likely, quite modern in comparison to the first eggs, which we don't really have any, as far as I know, any direct record or evidence of what those first eggs are like. But we do know how the process of evolution works. And if you extrapolate from how that process functions in biology, an egg that has a membrane outside of its own cell walls that can keep the cells together, that's probably a rather modern development as well. How earlier eggs would have kept themselves together, or even if they would have kept themselves together, I would think is probably still an unanswered question. But again, I'll go back to what I was saying earlier, that there isn't really a clear distinction between this is a single-celled organism and this is an egg, other than the fact that the egg produces a multi-celled organism. And so any single cell that has a mutation that causes it to produce a multi-celled organism, and again, we have seen that happen. There have been cases of multicellularity evolving under laboratory conditions. So it's witnessed, evidence that is witnessed. In that case, that single cell could rightly be considered an egg cell, no matter how simple it is. The simplest of cells that we know of could effectively become egg cells by just getting one mutation that causes them to exhibit multicellular function or multicellular behavior as they divide in the future, and basically clumping together. And one example, and I can't think what the study was off the top of my head, but anybody who wants to look it up, run a search for the evolution of multicellularity, and you'll probably find it and others like it. But one example off the top of my head is that single cells were put into an environment where they were being eaten by something that occasionally some of these single cells might clump together and be slightly too large to get eaten, and so those had more of a tendency to survive and produce offspring, and multicellularity quickly evolved in the environment, because any mutation that tended toward that multicellularity caused the resulting cells to have a better chance of survival. Okay, I want to respond to that. Yes, single-celled organisms are complex. Multicellular organisms are more complex. Life forms that are less complex than a single-celled organism, you might not even call an organism, but they're still alive. If they can manage to reproduce, if they can manage to basically copy their DNA, that's really, that's the line. A virus is generally considered alive when it's inside of another host life form that it can use to reproduce. When it's not in such an environment, that same virus is generally considered viable but not alive. And that is a distinction that we generally don't have to make with things like humans. But if we freeze a human, cryogenic storage, if we freeze a human to as cold of a temperature as we can get them to, we may or may not be able to revive that human again, depending how quickly did we freeze them and how good is our technology for thawing them back out without hurting them in the process. If you freeze something like a human too slowly, you're probably going to cause some damage as water ice crystals form and puncture cell walls and such. But my point is that if a human is frozen, and if we have the technology to thaw them out, during the time they're frozen, you could call them alive, but it's probably not a very good description of the situation they're in. They're in basically biological stasis, and there again, they are viable, but not necessarily living. And you know, by some definitions, of course, some people could be said to be alive and not really living. But there again, it's a question of where do we draw those lines. But enough said about that. I'll let this go on. Okay, is that humor? Okay, I'm gonna hold on. There, I had to pause that. I'm going to respond to something that's in chat, and I'm not sure which chat that's in at this point. But somebody was saying that I intentionally muted my on-screen audio within the first minutes of this stream. No, I actually didn't. If it was muted, it wasn't intentional. I actually had no way of telling whether it was muted or not, and I was working through some of the details. This is my second time live streaming in quite a long time, and I am trying to get back into doing it again, but I gotta remember how it's done, and some things have changed during that time, so there's that. And so yeah, that was Ryan Ellie. Is that how you pronounce that? Ryan Ellie, who made that comment. Wesley Curry posted something that I'm not sure whether that's meant as humor or spam. Wesley, care to comment on that? On your comment? Krish says, hello, are you here to make fun? Well, hopefully to make something that is fun, but not to make fun per se. I know, you know, Amy is a comedian. I've you know, done that myself as well, and she likes to keep things funny. But you know, I think this was intended to be a serious live stream. She's still going to inject some humor in it because that's her personality. But I don't think she was trying to make fun of you know, anybody, and you know, on her show. And I don't intend to do that either. My main reason for making this actually was to promote Amy's channel, and my secondary reason is that I had some things I wanted to say about this, about the stuff that was being said. And since, you know, there wasn't any way for me to join Amy's show in this case, she has had me on her show before, by the way. You know, sometimes she has asked me to be on specifically, and other times, you know, it's just she's had like open mic and let various people join, and I'm one of them. And you know, both have been the case, but it's been a while again. And yeah, so mainly I just, you know, saw some things I wanted to respond to, and I'm responding to them. So yeah, there's one here that's definitely let's see. Well, yeah, I probably should have just blocked that. There was some definite spam in here. I didn't look carefully at the name of the person. I just put them in timeout. So, at any rate, I will resume this, and yeah, just wanted to address the comments, and I don't know. It doesn't say on here which channel they're coming in through, or does it? Yeah, I don't see a way to tell, but any rate, moving on. Exactly. It is evolution to better survive in their environment, and the environment itself tends to evolve as well. I do want to say, if anybody who's watching this wants to join this, you're welcome to do so. I will post a link to this in the chat. Let's see, I believe this is the proper way to do this. Again, I haven't done this in a while, so let's see. Let's see, join live stream. Link and paste that in and sending it. So there, that's there. That should show up on both of my channels, and if anybody wants to join in and try to say something, they're welcome to do that. I'm not sure how we'll handle the who talks when, since I'm doing this with a show on the live stream. Maybe they'll just be paused for a really long time, but yeah, got a long time to go left on this. And again, if anybody does want to be part of the conversation, I wanted to leave an opportunity to do that. So by the way, if that happens, I might not see you right away. I maybe should put that in the comments. Let's see. If you want to join, gee whiz, what is the process exactly for doing that? Well, I'll just put, please be patient. But you are welcome. There, because I might not actually see the chat right away, because I'm mainly trying to look at the screen that the live stream is showing Amy Newman's live stream, because I can't pause that unless I've got that screen up in the foreground or resume it. I want to slightly disagree with that. The way Bree worded that, yes, those that don't make it don't make it. There is no second place in that respect, but I wouldn't go as far as to word it as there is no second place, because some of those that make it don't make it as well as others. We humans, for example, have learned to make tools and do farming and things like that, and we've done phenomenally well as a primate around our size scale. Ants have done way better than we have in that respect. And now, is it really good to produce that much of yourselves? Well, that's an arguable thing. It depends on what you mean by good. But as far as making it to the next generation, yeah, the more of your species there are, the better chance that your species is going to be around for at least one more generation, to a point, or well, roughly a point. And that is to say, when you overcrowd the environment to the point where the environment itself becomes no longer survivable for you, then you can, pretty much wipe yourself out. And we humans are doing that in a sense. We not so much overcrowding as there's a lot of space left on the planet that we could still live in. Not all of it is places that we could survive with our modern level of technology, but we can improve our technology. But we have been changing our environment, and there is that to contend with, that our environment is becoming less suitable for us humans because of us humans. The rapidly accelerated global warming is probably the most noteworthy present example of that. And that is something I mentioned earlier, that that has been produced in a lab. I'm not sure how many times or how many different separate experiments, but I'm pretty sure it's been done more than once in laboratory experiments. Not 100% certain of that because again, it's been a while since I've seen anything on that. But yeah, it has been done. That multicellularity has been evolved under laboratory conditions, and that evolution has been observed. I'd like to clarify that this idea of what came first is probably not the best way to look at it. It's I mean, was there a first life form? I don't know. Was there a first moment when something on Earth could have been considered alive? Again, that depends on exactly how you define what alive is. If you look at Conway's Game of Life, an active cellular automaton running the rules of Conway's Game of Life could rightly be said to be alive by a lot of definitions. It is not biological. It can be shut off pretty much instantaneously because it's running on a computer. Some people would call it a simulation of life, and it could rightly be called that. But then what life is it simulating? Because there is no biological life that's like Conway's Game of Life. It's more of simulating the things that biological life, some of the things that biological life does, like surviving, dying, reproducing. But it's not really simulating those things by simulating biological life. You could call it a simulation of biological life in some sense, but if so, it's a very crude simulation of that. More accurately, it's just a set of mathematical rules being applied to a particular space with a set of attributes. It's kind of an array process, if you want to call it that. If you wanted to keep it strictly in mathematics, you could call it an array function and say, well, you've got an array, and in this array you have you have ones and zeros, or you have dark cells and light cells, or you have alive cells and dead cells, or whatever is represented in this array, and you do a mathematical function on this array, and you get the next generation, which is an array produced from that array. And then you do the same math on that array, and you get the next generation, which is another array produced from that array. So they're like steps in time. And but yeah, it is in its own right alive in at least some sense. And that's a question of how do you define what it is to be alive. And again, if Conway's Game of Life, cellular automaton, evolves to become stagnant, it's still got on cells and off cells, or live cells and not alive cells, but it's completely stagnant. Nothing is moving from generation to generation. I wouldn't call that alive. I'd have a hard time even calling it viable, unless you just count the permanent stasis as viable. But it is viable maybe in the sense that if you change one cell in that entire array, that might be enough to bring it back to life. It also might be enough to basically kill it, depending on which one cell you change. But that is cell in a completely different sense than the biological cells that, for example, a chicken egg represent. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Again, that's a question of, where do you draw that line between is it an egg or isn't it an egg? An egg is a single cell. Not all single cells are eggs. I have skin cells that are not eggs. There are bacterial cells that are not eggs. Those are single cells. Could you rightly call a bacterial cell an egg in some sense? Maybe. It depends again on exactly how you define egg. But I wouldn't say that that's a real clear cut. Yes, yes, it definitely qualifies as an egg. I'd say that's more like probably not, but depending on the exact definition of egg you're using, maybe. But yeah, so what we generally would consider an egg evolved from single cells and are still single cells. They reproduce. The egg reproduces, and the sister cells tend to stay clumped together and produce usually a single multicellular organism. In some cases, they end up with two or more individual multicellular organisms coming from that same fertilized egg. And in the case of parthenogenesis, it might not even be a fertilized egg per se, but an egg that rather acts as if it has gone through the fertilization process, and in a sense fertilizes itself. But yeah, I don't want to get too much into the details of that right now, since I'm like pretty much dead tired. And I don't want to make, huge mistakes and have no way to correct them later because they're just out there. First off, there are things that are only kind of half gelatinous, but I don't think that's what anybody was trying to say. A chicken egg has multiple layers of exterior. The calcium carbonate, calcified outer shell, the hard shell layer of the chicken egg, isn't really a replacement for a gelatinous membrane. It forms around the gelatinous membrane. I think that's kind of what Bree is saying there, more or less. I'm gonna unpause this and continue. True. This is true. Okay, Cindi, if you're going to say you think something is a logical fallacy, it might be a good idea to learn logical fallacies, how to identify them, what names they're commonly known by, and be able to say it is this logical fallacy for this reason. Because to simply say you think it is a logical fallacy, well, it's obviously not. I mean, there's no logical fallacy there. You're making a mistake, and you could avoid that mistake. Complexity is an argument against a designer. Well, you could say that maybe could have been worded slightly better. Complexity can be used as an argument against a designer. Again, because generally designers try to optimize their designs. Maybe God was kind of a Rube Goldberg kind of guy who just liked to really make things as convoluted and ridiculous as he could. I don't mean this as knock against you or your beliefs. I don't really mean it as a knock against your God either, because I don't believe that's a real person. But if there was such a real person, if they wanted to take it as an insult, if I'm calling them out on how they actually are, they can take it that way if they want. That's not how it's intended. But I don't mind if they take it that way, because it would be kind of ridiculous. And it is. It can be used. Complexity can be used as an argument against there having been a designer for that reason. It's not a great argument against a designer. It is a terrible argument in favor of a designer for the reason specified there, that generally, a specifically well-designed system is no more complex than it needs to be. A system that is designed to be complex for the sake of being complex, it would be hard to argue that is in any sense well designed. If all you're trying to design is complexity, then fine, but we don't need to look to life forms for that. The coast of an ocean is complex. Exactly where does it end? Where does, as the waves move up and down the water, the exact coastline down to the millimeter or to the fraction of a millimeter is changing all the time. you know, from the viewpoint of an ant walking on the beach, you know, they can stop in one place where they're not in the ocean, and then suddenly they're in the ocean because the ocean moved from their point of view. No, Cindi. Nobody had to know those things in advance. If life evolves on another planet, it may or may not have those things. Not all life on Earth has those things. There was no need for the first life on Earth to have any plan that it was going to have all of the things it has now, because not all of it has all of the things that life on Earth has now. In fact, I don't think any one living thing on Earth has all of the things that all life on Earth collectively have right now. There's a lot of diversity, and yeah, stomachs are a useful thing. Deuterostomes have stomachs. We humans are deuterostomes. Some people may pronounce that differently, but hopefully, you know, if you know the term, you'll recognize it. We are also animals. You know, we are multicellular organisms that have an internal digestional tract or digestional area, and I mean, that's about as basal as you can get for us humans, and still, you know, for ancestors of us humans, and still be expected to have a stomach. Plants don't have a stomach. Some have something that could be said to resemble a stomach. For example, a Venus flytrap has something that resembles a stomach. There are some kinds of pitcher plants that I think that's the right term for them, that can capture insects in digestive juices and digest them in what is very much like a stomach. A bird could be said to have a stomach as well, but it's not generally called that. It's generally called a gizzard. And it doesn't function like a human stomach does. Our human stomachs don't mash our food. Our teeth do that. Birds don't have teeth. So they've got a stomach that does that, or an equivalent of a stomach that does that. You know, did the ancestor of birds and humans have to know how to produce a gizzard and a human stomach and a giraffe stomach and a caterpillar stomach? I mean, all of these different forms of digestional tracts, whether they're slight differences like between a human and a giraffe, or huge differences like between a caterpillar and a bird, they are differences. And nobody had to plan that, because what survived carried with it the genetics that basically instruct the development of its offspring in how to produce something that will survive in a similar environment. And if it grows up in a similar environment, it will grow up to generally be a similar multicellular organism that will similarly survive in that similar environment. Nobody had to plan that. You can make little tweaks to those instructions, and some of those little tweaks will cause something that survives better. Some of them will cause something that doesn't survive as well. Some of them will survive and some of them will not. Those that do a better job of surviving are more likely to survive. Those that do a worse job of surviving are less likely to survive. I don't think you really need anybody to prove that to you to be able to see that it is the case, because you've got experience with life. You know, people out there who are doing stupid things all the time, trying to win a Darwin Award for, you know, eliminating themselves from the gene pool before they can reproduce, are not all that likely to, you know, have offspring that will carry on that tendency. Might still happen, but it reduces the odds. Yeah. For things that breathe air. Okay. Let me stop right there, because you're talking about air to breathe. What does that mean? The air on our planet Earth is mostly nitrogen. Are you talking about having nitrogen to breathe? Because us humans don't really need the nitrogen. We could do without that in our air. We need a certain amount of it in our food. It's a part of our body chemistry that we need to have, but we're not very good at getting it out of the air. So breathing nitrogen in the air isn't particularly useful to us humans. Oxygen in the air is something that we need. Doesn't necessarily have to come from air. We can get it from an oxygen tank. We can survive that way. We can breathe liquid fluorocarbons with oxygen diffused into that liquid and survive that way. It doesn't have to be air. But the early atmosphere of Earth, while very likely still had a lot of nitrogen, most likely did not have all that much oxygen. Most of the oxygen on Earth was used up in water. That water is hydrogen and oxygen. You burn hydrogen in an oxygen rich environment and you produce water. So there might have been a lot of free oxygen at one time and a lot of free hydrogen, but the moment there's a little lightning in that mix of hydrogen and oxygen, suddenly you've got lots of water and not much free hydrogen, or not much free oxygen, or not much of either. And exactly what the balance was back then, I don't know, but chances are there was probably, just judging by the chemistry we see in other places in space, chances are there was more free hydrogen available than free oxygen. And when that ignition happened, the oxygen mostly got burned up, and water and hydrogen remained. Now, at this point, we are living in an oxygen-rich environment mainly because some early life forms developed photosynthesis, and they were able to take carbon dioxide out of the air, which was another thing that some of the oxygen got used up by, because carbon and oxygen can fuse together in the same way as hydrogen and oxygen can fuse together, but they don't produce water. Carbon and oxygen produce things like carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide. So plants found a way to use some of the carbon dioxide in Earth's atmosphere to get the carbon out of it. And carbon is something they need just the same way as we humans need oxygen, and or same way as we need nitrogen. I meant to say that plants need carbon in the same sense that we need nitrogen. It's part of the body chemistry, and carbon is even more important. But just as we couldn't get the nitrogen we need out of the atmosphere, and we end up having to get it from food sources, even though the atmosphere is mostly made of nitrogen. Likewise, a lot of single cellular life forms can't get the carbon they need straight out of the atmosphere. But with the use of sunlight to break that molecule, that carbon dioxide molecule apart, they were able, those early life forms with photosynthesis were able to get their carbon from the atmosphere. The same as the same as, for example, if humans use electricity that we've got, from a battery or a wall socket or something, we can separate the hydrogen and oxygen in water. In the same sense, it takes some energy to do that, to break that molecule apart and get the elements of that combined to make that oxygen out of it. So yeah, I've said enough. Let it continue. Okay. That's an interesting thing you just said there, Cindi. Let me point out something. Most humans don't think much of doing things to non-human life forms that we would consider mean to do to human life forms. For example, taking a bite out of a carrot. Yeah, chances are that carrot is probably still alive when you're biting it, unless you've cooked it, But somebody buys a carrot from the grocery store, brings it home, washes it, maybe stores it in their fridge for a while. Even after that, take it out, take a bite out of it. Chances are that carrot is very much alive. If you were to bury it in the ground, even after taking a bite out of it, if you were to bury it in the ground, if it's got the slightest little bit of the top of the carrot there that it can start to grow leaf and stem parts from, you could grow a viable carrot plant from that carrot, using the tuber of the carrot itself as the beginnings of a root system for that carrot plant. It's not dead. Um, but we humans tend not to think too much of that. Some humans are pickier than others about, whether or not we do such things to other animal life, and if so, even to which animal life. For example, some people think that, it's not okay to eat the meat of a mammal, but it's okay to eat the meat of a fish. And I'm not saying, who's right and who's wrong. I'm glad some people care enough to think about things that are not human and, what is good or bad to those things. And it's nice that you thought that way enough to be able to say, having evolution produce life forms that are going to suffer and die because they didn't come out just right, is kind of cruel to those life forms. Yeah, if there is intention behind it, that's cruelty. Evolution doesn't have intention behind it. It isn't trying to make anything suffer. It isn't trying to make anything not suffer. It isn't trying to do anything at all. It just does what it does because evolution is just the accumulation of change. And as changes add up, they can produce something that will suffer more or they can produce something that will suffer less. If there was a God out there who was controlling evolution, that God could easily have controlled evolution in such a way that it would always produce things that suffer less. So your argument that that would be a cruel way for God to produce things is dead wrong. No pun intended. As a matter of fact, that would probably be the least cruel way that he could have produced something as complex as human beings. Because consider the alternatives. I mean, let's say, for example, that God wanted to just make human beings without any ancestors at all. Well, how's he going to do that? What's a human being look like? What is a human being made like? How does a human being function? Again, you can say, well, he just made them out of clay. Sure. What does that even mean? How do you turn clay into a human being? Did the clay suffer? Can clay suffer? I mean, that's kind of nonsensical. But if you think from the terms of a designer doesn't make a clay statue and blow air into it and call it alive. That's that's not designing a human being. That's a children's story, to be laughed at when they get old enough to figure out that it really didn't make any sense. We humans are very complex life forms. And if a God already knew how a human being worked, there's the question of how did they already know? If they've thought about it for a long enough time, if they've basically emulated that in their mind, and if they've emulated the whole evolution process in their mind, then effectively they've already done the whole evolution process, and that cruelty has already happened in their mind. It's just not happening to something we would call physical. But if the whole process was happening in the mind of a god, how could the things in that process in the god's mind know that they're not what we would consider physical? How do we know that we're not that process? Maybe we are. If there is such a god out there, maybe we're just the thoughts of some being who's trying to figure out how to make something better than we are and hasn't gotten there yet. But again, I see no evidence of that. Is it a possibility? Remotely, but sure. Just highly unlikely and not evidential. And this is kind of where I came in when I first started this live stream. That really think about that. I mean, this is where I decided I was going to make the live stream is pretty much this right here. We're talking about a God, if it exists at all, who apparently couldn't do any better to communicate with humans than to make the Bible and the Quran and the Book of Mormon. Do you want to count the Book of Mormon? I wouldn't. Neither would a lot of Christians. But the Mormons do consider themselves Christians, and they've got every right to. They've got as much right to consider themselves Christians as the Catholics do. Some Catholics don't consider themselves Christians. They distinguish between Christian and Catholic. Other Catholics do consider themselves Christian and say that all Catholics are Christian, whether they acknowledge it or not. Some Catholics don't realize that some Catholics don't consider Catholics to be Christian. I wonder if there might be Mormons out there who don't consider Mormons to be Christian. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know of any. And I'm guessing your average Mormon probably doesn't know of any either, but there might be some. But which book is the right book? Is it the King James Version of the Bible? Well, that's written in English. What about people who speak Spanish? What is it? Lorena something or other? I can't even think. I've read one Spanish Bible all the way through, cover to cover. I've read bits and pieces of others. I've read substantial amounts of some others. There are a lot of Spanish translations of the Bible out there. None of them are the King James Version. That's not a Spanish translation. So if the King James Version of the Bible was the one true word of God, well, how could it possibly be, since it was a translation of works that came before it in other languages? How would it be that it could be the one true word of God and those books it came from were what? False? Lies? Mistakes? Something unfinished? I mean, did God have the ability to create a living human being from dust and breath without water? Well, or if you believe the Quran, with water, because it's slightly more accurate in that sense to something that biologically would work, but then it was written later when biology was understood better. But if your God or anybody else's God could do such a thing to create a living human being, whether from dust or from a single cell that it created and produced somehow, why would it not be able to do the same thing with the Bible? Why couldn't it just write the Bible? Why couldn't that God just write the Bible itself, or whatever book it wanted us to have? Why couldn't it write a book in a language that everybody would know? Plant that language in the brain of every human being while they're still a fetus. Let us learn whatever other languages we learn as growing children, adults, whatever. But give us all a shared language in common that we could read the Word of God in. That would make more sense. When people talk about a writing as if that is the word of their God, it makes me wonder, are they trying to say that their God doesn't have anything to say that isn't in that? And I think that's obviously not the case, because a lot of them think their God talks to them, or at least talks to other people, talks to prophets or whatever. The Mormon religion has that as a key point, that they believe there are still prophets alive today that God talks to, running their church, of course, higher up in their particular branch of Christianity. Then we've got the Seventh-day Adventists who, believe that people should worship on Saturday instead of Sunday. Well, some people would consider worshiping to be a form of work. And, God said to rest on the seventh day and keep that day holy, keep it for healing, which is what that means, to be holy. And how can it be a day of rest and healing if it's also a day of going out of your way to dress up and travel some distance to go and join a group of people to study on that particular day? The two kind of conflict with each other. But my main point is, it's kind of ridiculous to insinuate that the same God that could supposedly produce a live human being from no live anything other than itself, which supposedly wasn't human, that same God would be incapable of communicating any better than with the Bible. And yet that is the argument that inevitably anybody who believes the Bible has to make. Because why else would they believe the Bible? So to turn around and say that, God would be able to communicate better than that. Really? What do we have to show that? The Bible certainly doesn't show that. Oops. Yeah. The founder effect is an example of the bottleneck effect. It is the bottleneck is basically when um, a very small diversity in evolution or reproductive, evolution of reproducing, and especially sexually reproducing organisms. The bottleneck is basically where you have very little of something can get through. And in that particular area of evolutionary biology, it is a small amount of diversity gets through. In the case of the founder effect, it's basically the idea that some founder, um, some member of a society, when the society is very small, but that some member of this of that particular group, doesn't necessarily have to be a society, because you could get the same thing in population of well, pretty much anything that produces sexually, could be plants for that matter, but that that some member produces a bunch of offspring, and that um, the genes that they carried end up in a bunch of their offspring, and then as those offspring interbreed with the rest of the population over generations, um, a lot of the genes of that one individual, or very few individuals, end up in most or all members of the total population over enough time. Um, I might not be adding anything here because I don't know, what was said beyond that, but I just thought I'd throw in my thoughts while I've got them and let the video continue. I want to expand on that a little. Yes, Bree is correct there, that domestication is, to simplify it, a bottlenecking process. And the silver fox experiment is a good example. They took a population of foxes and basically ran some simple tests to find which ones were less averse to having humans around them. That they were raised in captivity. They were not tamed. They were raised as wild foxes in captivity, and humans would be occasionally sent in to do something like stand a certain distance from the cage and basically ignore them, and maybe then approach the cage to a certain closer distance, and maybe take their hand and place it near the cage. I don't remember exactly what the test criteria were, but these things were repeated over and over and over with different test subjects, and those those who were seen as having basically the least problem with having humans around, were preferentially selected for breeding as part of a lineage to domesticate foxes. They also, at some point along the way, started doing the opposite of that with some portion of the population, where they went with those who were most averse to having humans around them, and bred those as a separate population for comparison's sake. I'm not sure if I'm saying that exactly right, but at any rate, there was a very, very clear difference in the result after multiple generations, 20 or 30 generations, and those that had been selected for that one trait of basically not showing fear or averseness to humans, that lineage, that population, was for the most part tame, without anybody having to they didn't have to be raised around children or raised by humans or bottle fed by humans or anything like that. That they could be left to basically raise each other and treat each other as they would without much human interference. And that particular population was very obviously domesticated. Again, for the most part, there were still occasional exceptions that would show up, and the population that was chosen based on being more averse to humans, again, most of their offspring would be naturally very averse to humans. But along with the trait of being less averse to humans, the bottlenecked population started to develop other traits that, in a lot of ways, resembled domesticated dogs, which evolved from wolves, not foxes. And they started to get things like curly tails and floppy ears and large body spots and things like that the spotted coloration patterns, things like that weren't common in foxes. In some cases had basically been unheard of in foxes, but there they were, and those are still foxes. Now, what I wanted to expand on is to say that yes, there is that bottleneck initially, but then once that bottlenecking has been done, once they have been domesticated, maintaining a domesticated population no longer has to be a bottleneck. Can be, doesn't have to be. And again, what I mentioned earlier in the case of Brassica ouracea, the wild cabbage that was domesticated into a domesticated cabbage, and its ancestor, the wild mustard, that was domesticated into a domesticated mustard. If you take that wild cabbage and look at all of the offspring, all of the variants, the cultivated variants that have come from that, there's extreme diversity, very obvious diversity in their morphology. Genetically, they're still that very obviously they're descended from a bottlenecked population. There's not much genetic diversity, but most of the genetic diversity that you would normally see among life forms with different morphologies is genetic diversity that does not contribute to those differences in morphologies. In the case of the offspring or the variants of Brassica ouracea, we have varieties that were intentionally selected for specific traits. For example, that somebody would look look for offspring that had thicker leaves or larger leaves or smaller leaves, or leaves that clump together more, or a thicker stem or a thinner stem, or any other trait that they happen to think was that particular person making the decision happened to think was a desirable trait, and produced seeds from those that they desired to have that more of that trait. And again, over time, evolution did what evolution does. It added up changes, and mutations continued to occasionally happen. And some of those mutations changed the morphology slightly. And if people were selecting for certain morphological traits, as those traits became available through mutations, and were selected because somebody liked those traits became more prevalent in that population. And so now we have all these different populations of Brassica ouracea that are vastly different from each other morphologically, very, very similar to each other genetically, and quite capable of interbreeding and producing viable offspring. For example, if you breed a broccoli and a cauliflower together, you will get a variety that has traits of broccoli and traits of cauliflower. And exactly what balance of those traits you get is very unpredictable. But there are commercially produced broccoli flower that were produced in just that way, and they're now many generations later, and they have very predictable qualities because they're coming from a stock that is many generations beyond that original hybridization. And it's not a it's not a random mix of a broccoli and a cauliflower. It's a mix of a broccoli flower and a broccoli flower. No, she's not. You're right. She's not talking about that, but it is implied. Again, Brie was talking about specifically the bottlenecking process. That bottlenecking process is selecting from available genes, and it is getting rid of some of them. So yeah, there is that. But mutations will continue to happen. And yes, it is actually producing something that didn't exist before, because when you get rid of those genes that they didn't want in that bottlenecked population, you produce something that doesn't have those genes. Now, there may have been some members of the original group that didn't have any one of those given genes, but there probably wasn't a single member out there that lacked all of those genes that got eliminated. So yes, that very much is something new. And by the way, when I say genes being eliminated, I should clarify that we're talking about alleles of a particular gene. We're not snipping a gene out of the DNA and getting rid of it. We're getting rid of one variation of that particular gene, what's known as an allele of that gene. And what you're left with is other alleles, one or more other alleles of that gene in the population. The gene itself would still be there, but yeah, that's where terminology can get a little confusing. For example, if you're talking about a gene that makes someone taller, which in and of itself is not that straightforward of a thing. But say, for example, a gene that produces more growth hormone at a certain point in development, and therefore would cause someone generally to be taller. That so-called gene is actually an allele of a specific gene site, and if it's an allele that produces or that causes more growth hormone to be produced in whatever way it does that, if you have a broken version of that allele that doesn't cause the production of more growth hormone, it won't have the same effect. It's technically still the same gene, in a sense, until it mutates to a point where it's not recognizable as that gene, or doesn't, or until it, until it has some other function. If such a gene were to mutate enough times that it maybe produced a particular pigment in the skin instead of producing growth hormone, that maybe it produced a purple pigment in the skin that altered the skin of the individual who had that allele, you could argue that that's a different gene. You could also argue that it's a different allele of the same gene. And again, as Bree was saying earlier, these are lines we humans draw. The chemistry doesn't care. Yes. Yes, there is evidence of that. As a matter of fact, every gene or allele, either way, in all of the life that we know of on Earth, is made of a very few base pairs or nucleotides. That this 4-letter alphabet you've probably heard of in the DNA code, or so-called code, is basically smaller molecules that hook together to make larger long chain molecules. The DNA is a long chain molecule. RNA is a long chain molecule. Those molecules are made of smaller molecules hooked together to form a larger molecule. Molecules are basically just atoms that have hooked together with their electrical bonds, and are more or less stable. The bigger and more complex they get, generally the less stable they are. And yeah, DNA tends to break. It tends to occasionally fall apart or degrade. We have a lot of it in our bodies, and in order to pass on DNA to the next generation, we just need some of it to not degrade so badly that it can't be passed on to a next generation. That's it, just some of it. As a matter of fact, specifically one set of it is enough, and you can produce another generation from that DNA. So the more of it we produce, the more of it we have, the better the chance we've got at least one copy of it that makes it. And the thing is, DNA is not all that terribly unstable, so it doesn't take anywhere near as many copies as we have. RNA is slightly less stable than DNA, and there are also mechanisms within the biology of, say, for example, human cells or a plant cell that repair DNA in a sense that, if the DNA breaks, it kind of recognizes, hey, this looks like broken DNA, and it puts it back together. Isn't necessarily always going to get it right, but generally speaking, the ends of the DNA that it recognizes as these are the ends of DNA and not broken DNA, it'll leave those alone. And the breaks happen infrequently enough that usually they'll get put back together right, if they get put back together at all. And if they don't get put back together at all, that's usually not a real big deal. The individual cell can go right on living, and serve all or most of its functions in spite of that breakage. But those individual base pairs, the individual nucleotides that form those base pairs, that that hook together in a certain way on the two sides of a strand of DNA. The order that those are in is what decides. Well, it's part of what decides what gene they are, or what they produce. For example, a gene that produces a particular protein has a certain sequence of DNA, and if you alter that DNA, you might alter the protein that it will produce, depending on how you alter it and what gets altered. If you swap out one base pair for a different base pair in that same spot, or swap out one base, which will eventually hook up with a matching base to form a matching base pair, that one change might produce a different protein. It might not, because there's not a complete one-to-one correspondence of every sequence produces a certain protein, or that's different from every other sequence. Some different sequences produce the same proteins, not the other way around. Some proteins are produced by different sequences. One sequence doesn't produce many different proteins, generally speaking, because there's a place where the reading out to produce the protein starts, and there's a place where the reading out to produce the protein stops. And again, that's all based on chemistry that's in the cells. And yes, these are all modern complex biology. None of that is primitive biology. But yes, it very much can. You can rearrange those base pairs, and without adding anything at all, you can get different proteins than you would have gotten before. You can get different traits than you would have gotten before. But you also can add a base pair or delete a base pair, other than rearranging them. If you rearrange them, that's one way you can get new stuff. Literally, like rearranging the letters in a word can produce a new word. It might produce a word that means the same thing. It might produce a word that means something very different. But you can produce new words that way. But you can also insert a letter into a word and sometimes produce a new word. And if you were to take a document that has a bunch of words in it that is not written out in perfect English, if you could call any English perfect, but rather something that has enough similarity to written English that somebody could read it and extract what they think is some meaning from it. And you take that, because that's more what our DNA is really like. There's a bunch of junk in there, and there's some stuff that does things. So if you took some writing like that and you randomly added a letter somewhere, or you randomly deleted a letter somewhere, or you randomly swapped two letters somewhere, or you randomly swapped two words somewhere, or two word-like things somewhere. You've got letters in there, you've got spaces in there. It overall looks like words, and most people would look at it and go, well, that's basically gibberish. But if they took it to be written by someone and tried to figure out what that someone was trying to say, they could probably conjecture some idea of what they think that person was trying to say. But the thing is, you could make one change like that after another, and you could show somebody two different versions and say, which one do you think was the one that was made by someone, and which one do you think is the one that had a change in it from the one that was made by someone? And people would be able to look at it and say, well, okay, I see this change here, and it makes more sense this way than it does that way, so therefore I think the one that makes more sense is the one that's more likely what someone made, what some human wrote. And however bad that human might have been at writing, this one looks more likely to have been human written than the other. If you did that enough times, if you took the results of that, all the ones that people say this is the one that looks more like it was written by a human, and again, make one change and produce 2 copies and show it to someone and say, which one of these do you think is more likely to have been written by a human? Actually, you could make one change or you could make 2 or 3 changes. It really wouldn't matter. As long as you don't make so many changes all at once, that you take any words that had been formed, maybe by accident or whatever, and they've all been turned into gibberish. As long as you're not going to that extreme, you could show the 2 of them to someone, and sometimes the one that has the changes in it is going to be the one they'll pick and say, oh, that's the one that looks more like a human wrote it. And if you do that enough times, eventually you'll get something that looks very much like a human wrote it. And that's all you're seeing in the case of our DNA is something that to you looks very much like some intelligence, like a human wrote it. But there's no reason to think that that actually happened. We humans have actually produced DNA by taking DNA that some simple life form had and modifying it, taking out a bunch of parts that didn't seem necessary, changing a few things around. There were a lot of modifications made, and then insert that into a cell and it boots up and runs, and you've got a living cell that has DNA that's quite vastly different from any other living thing that's ever existed on this planet. But all they did was change the order and positions of things. All they did was, snip some things out and insert some things in. It's still DNA. And, could life evolve entirely from RNA? Sure. RNA is not as stable, but maybe someday we'll meet life from elsewhere that never produced DNA. Are we going to think that, that they were, created by a different God than we were? Well, some people will. Some people will think that, the same God produced them in a different way. I think if you're gonna, go thinking that a God did something, it would be sensible to first demonstrate that a God even exists. Okay, let me correct that. Most of the blooms on one tree are usually the same. There are some plants that produce a rather diverse set of blooms. Hydrangea is an interesting one in that respect, that you can have multiple colors of flowers on the same plant. And I'm not sure exactly what the mechanisms are going on in the hydrangea that allows for that. I have some pretty good ideas of what it probably is, but I don't want to go into detail on something I don't know specifically. What I will say is that mutations do happen in the development of a plant, for example, a tree. And if a mutation happens when the tree is very young, that mutation can affect a lot of the cells in the adult tree, because that mutation will be in a lot of the cells of that adult tree, provided the mutation doesn't cause the cell to not reproduce at all. And sometimes such a mutation can cause the tree to produce different blooms on one branch or on one whole side of a tree, or on just the tip of one branch. Yeah, that does actually happen. Any rate, I'll let you go on from there. No, that's not basically what we see. First off, ants, bees, things like that have a queen that does most of the reproducing. It's the whole thing isn't necessarily, well, generally isn't as simple as most people think it is. First off, a creature that produces an offspring through parthenogenesis. For example, a worker ant or a worker bee. I'm not sure. In the case of worker ants, yeah, I'll go with bees. Honeybees, for example, the worker honeybee is capable of producing offspring parthenogenically, and some of them will and some of them won't, as I understand it. Again, is somewhat beyond my knowledge, so leave it to other people to go into the details about this. But the queen bee is basically the one who is allowed to reproduce sexually, and there, as an embryo, as you know, from the earliest stages of development, they're given different food because that different food changes the environment that their cells divide in, and changes the way their cells differentiate slightly, and produces a bee with a different morphology than the worker bees. The queen bee isn't really all that, that well built for going out and foraging for supplies, but very well built for producing lots and lots of offspring and allowing some of those offspring to come from fertilized eggs. The queen bee also can reproduce parthenogenically. So effectively sort of like cloning. It's not exactly cloning, but it's similar. And again, I won't get into the exact details of the difference, but what I will say is that just as a branch of a tree can have a mutation that can cause the flowers on that branch to be slightly different than the rest of the trees, or in a few rare cases, drastically different than the rest of the flowers on that same tree. Looks like somebody grafted on a branch from another tree in some cases. In that same sense, a worker bee can have a mutation that is unique to that worker bee. And that mutation may or may not be passed on to an offspring, depending on whether or not it is in the cells that go to producing an offspring. If that mutation is passed on to the offspring will have that mutation in all of their cells, unless they get a mutation that reverses that mutation or destroys it in some way, turns it into something else. So effectively, all of its cells will have that mutation, and all of its offspring will therefore inherit, well, yeah, because it's parthenogenesis. Well, maybe not the first generation. The first generation, because they've got DNA, two strands of, they've got a double strand of DNA. The mutation might be on one side, so maybe half their offspring will get that mutation. The next generation, they'll either have it or they won't. They'll have it on both sides, or they won't have it on either side. I think, not sure. Again, that's going beyond my knowledge, and I have no expertise in that area. I just like to study. But what I can say, though, is that yes, there are mutations that can be passed on from clone to clone to clone, and can add up over time from clone to clone to clone. And there are a lot of plants that reproduce primarily through cloning. And flowering plants, as long as they've got something to pollinate them, they get a lot of reproduction, aided by that pollination, where they're breeding with some other plant. If they don't have pollinators, and they've got to count on pollen being carried in the wind, basically, they're going to do more reproducing with their own flowers. And if they get pollen from their own flower on the stamen of their own flower, and they reproduce that way, they're effectively making a clone of the cells in that particular branch of the tree, that particular end of that branch, that particular flower. effectively. And if a flower on one part of the tree gets pollinated by a flower from a different part of the tree, then mutations from each branch can end up in the offspring. Um, if there are multiple mutations in each branch, chances are the offspring won't get all of the mutations from either branch, but they'll get some of the offspring from, or some of the mutations from both branches. And again, that can be passed on to the next generation. And again, more mutations can happen before it gets to that point of being passed on to the next generation. This is what we actually see in real life. Humans don't by any means produce clones of themselves in their offspring. We have generally, you know, we're going to have a mother and a father that produce an offspring that has half of the mother's DNA and half of the father's DNA. That's not a clone. And which half of the mother's DNA they get is a little bit of a complicated. Same thing with the fathers, but you know, for example, if they get a X chromosome from the father, and this is, you know, going to be then a female offspring, generally speaking, and there are exceptions to these things. So I don't want to get into too much of the detail, but generally speaking, when a human gets an X chromosome and a Y chromosome, it's usually expected that person is going to turn out to be more or less male. And when they get two X chromosomes, it's generally expected that that human is going to grow up to be more or less female. But where the mother has two X chromosomes in general, and those two X chromosomes trade parts with each other before producing the gamete. And so you get a mixture of an X chromosome and an X chromosome, which is also an X chromosome. In the father, keep in mind that you have an X chromosome and a Y chromosome, which switch parts and result in basically an X chromosome or a Y chromosome made of parts from an X chromosome and a Y chromosome. Needless to say, they share a lot of genes in common, those two chromosomes. But they're not even shaped exactly alike. So they can't share all the same genes in common. And exactly where that split happens decides, you know, a lot of what traits are going to come from which one of those two parent chromosomes that produced the offspring chromosome that went into that offspring human. So again, it's not cloning, not in the sense of on the multicellular organism level. Yeah, the DNA is basically being cloned. That's it, the DNA. And you know that even that, yeah, there's cloning involved, but then the DNA swap parts with other DNA. So, you know, mutations can be transferred from one chromosome to another chromosome from the same chromosome pair, and an offspring can get neither mutations from neither side, or they can get mutations from both sides, or either one. Okay, again, the ants are very similar to each other. Notice that the queen ant is genetically just another ant. The queen bee is genetically just another bee. The drone bee is male. In the case of, well, specifically, if I'm going to talk about honeybees, I don't know. There might be some variation in different bees, and I don't want to, you know, again, go into areas that I can't speak on well. But if we're going to talk about honeybees, the drone bee is male. The worker bees are female. The queen bee is also female. to the extent that these are consistent things in bees, and again, they generally pretty much are, but it's not 100% consistency. And yeah, you might look at it and not be able to tell one ant from another or one bee from another. That doesn't mean they can't. Maybe they can't, maybe they can. I don't know. But they're growing up in a society where there is that much similarity between different members that that we humans have a hard time telling them apart. I'm pretty sure some beekeepers actually can recognize certain individual bees because they get to know them in a manner of speaking. A difficult thing to do with that large of a population of something, but like I said, I'm pretty sure that does actually happen in some cases. But the queen bee it doesn't have a different set of DNA that makes it a queen bee. It has a different set of environmental circumstances early in its life that makes it a queen bee. All that difference in morphology comes from these different environmental circumstances. Now, if you were to change the food that bees are getting as they grow up, you could very well change their morphology. There's a question of whether or not they would eat it. And in which ways you'd have to change that food. But if you deprived all of the bees of all of the food they would generally give to eggs or larvae that are would otherwise grow into worker bees, if you exchange that with the food that they give to the larva that grows into the queen bee, you'd probably get some very different morphology out of them, because their genes react to that difference in feeding. But those are genes that they have evolved to function that way over a very long period of time. And yeah, occasionally you will get a bee that has like white eyes or something like that. Occasionally you'll get a bee that has an extra pair of wings, or one less pair of wings than most of the other bees. Instead of, what is it? I'm thinking, do bees have four wings generally? Again, these are different from one kind of insect to another, from one kind of bee-like insect to another. A lot of these things change. Insects generally have 3 legs on each side. It's kind of in the definition. You look at a caterpillar, they look like they got a whole lot more legs than that. There are 3 of them that are generally considered legs, and then the rest of those, a protofoot or something. There's a name for them. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but they have leg-like functions. But but if an insect had a mutation that caused it to have 4 legs on each side, it would still technically be an insect. We might not recognize it as one, and that comes back to how we humans draw the lines, where we decide what's what. But from a cladistic point of view, it would still be an insect. It would just now be an 8-legged insect, which kind of defies the definition of being an insect, which includes certain segments of the body and a certain number of legs, but that's because that's all we've generally come across. And chances are that extra pair of legs wouldn't do it any good, and that new genetic combination wouldn't stick around into future generations, because it hasn't been well worked out, and the rest of the configuration the rest of them has been well worked out. But there's where that bottlenecking or founder effect can come in, that if you have a very, very small population, and say, for example, well, in the case of bees, let's say the queen bee has a mutation that causes it to have 8 legs instead of 6. Chances are some good portion of that of that queen bee's offspring are also going to have 8 legs instead of 6. And chances are the extra legs are going to be disadvantageous because they haven't been tested. They haven't had the chance for evolution to hone how they work with the rest of the system. But if something happened to that bee population and most of them died off and they had to get a new queen, the queen bee got destroyed and they had to get a new queen, and so they produced a new queen from a larva, and that larva also has 8 legs. Now you've got a new population with the 8 legs. You might have some that go off and make their own nest, and maybe some of them will get a new population with 8 legs, and you got a chance that the 8 legs is going to become a big thing in that local population of bees. You've also got a chance that it's going to eventually die out completely. But whether or not that happens, which way it happens, isn't random. It's environmental. It's the effects of the environment and the effects of how their genes interact with the environment, how their chemistry interacts with the environment, how those individuals interact with the environment, and how their society interacts with the environment. It's very much environmental. It only looks random to us humans because we're not able to see things more clearly than that without enough information. Those who study such things scientifically don't generally think of them as random. The individual mutations, yeah, generally those are considered random. But even then, from the point of view of a physicist, they might be considered a lot less random than, say, from the point of view of your average biologist. There you go. Okay. Taking you outside of your species is not something that evolution does. There are processes that can do that. That's not what evolution does. Interbreeding with another species can take something outside of its parental species. As I mentioned earlier, a broccoli and a cauliflower can be interbreeded. Those are not different species, they're different varieties, but you can produce a new variety of that species that way that's outside of the variety of either parent. And likewise, if you take 2 species, like, say, for example, a lion and a tiger, and you breed them together to get, for example, a liger, which is specifically the offspring of a male lion and a female tiger, that liger is going to be very genetically unique because it's mixing the genes of a lion on one side with the genes of a tiger on the other side, and you don't know exactly which set of lion genes it's going to get and exactly which set of tiger genes it's going to get. There are some genes that the positions they're in and stuff, that some that are very consistent within one group or the other, and so you pretty much know what they're going to get. There are other things that you just don't know. But the next generation and the generation after that and the generation after that, if you breed ligers with ligers, you're going to get a genetically somewhat consistent population of ligers. There's still mutations that happen within them. And yes, that very much does take them out of their species. But that was a reproduction thing, not an evolution thing. Evolution is just the accumulation of change. And back when the genus Homo would have been a species in and of itself, in its own right, it diversified and produced many variants that eventually evolved into separate species. Eventually, not immediately, not in one generation, not like, suddenly we have, one primitive human gives birth to, Homo neanderthalis and Homo habilis as 2 of their offspring. It doesn't work that way. But over generations, such changes can add up and generally do add up. That's what evolution is. And what evolution can produce is enough variety, enough diversity, enough variance that you can call them separate species, and eventually get to the point where you can't not call them separate species by any reasonable means, and eventually even get to the point where you can, there's no reasonable way to not call them a separate genus. But that much change does tend to take a long time because it's a lot of changes adding up. And, it takes time for these changes to happen, let alone to add up. Any rate, I'll just let this continue. Okay, if I can, sorry, Bree, didn't mean to interrupt you there. If I can try to clarify that from my point of view. When you say a dog doesn't produce a non-dog, well, there are two very different things that are meant by the English word dog in biology. And it's sad that that is the case, but that's what we have to deal with. On one group, we have the canines, which are generally referred to as dogs. So in that sense, a fox is a dog, a wolf is a dog, a domesticated dog is a dog. There's a whole bunch of other things that are also a dog in that larger sense. If we go to the more specific sense of domesticated dogs that are descended from wolves specifically, they are still wolves. As a matter of fact, they're still the same species of wolves they evolved from. Will they ever be separate species? Hard to say, but they can be. And I'll give you an example. Let's say, for example, that all the wolves on the planet were wiped out. All domesticated wolves and all undomesticated wolves were wiped out, except for a handful of pets that people had, managed to get to a shelter or whatever to protect them from whatever disaster caused this wiping out of all the wolves. And so what do we got left? Okay, maybe we've got a few small breeds of domesticated dogs and a few large breeds of domesticated dogs and nothing in between. Now, can you breed a Chihuahua and a Great Dane and produce offspring? Yeah, it's generally not recommended. The dogs won't usually do it on their own. I mean, some dogs might try. Not an easy thing to accomplish. They're likely to fail at it. It has been done, by the way, and so that's why I say, yeah, it can be done because it has been done. But if that's all you had left is Chihuahuas and Great Danes and Saint Bernards and maybe some other really tiny dogs and really huge dogs, but nothing in between, effectively you have separated them into more than one species, because now you don't have a single interbreeding population that will just naturally interbreed and produce viable offsprings. Are they genetically capable? Absolutely. Are they physically capable? In some cases, barely, but yeah. But they would still, for all practical purposes, be considered separate species. The same with a lion and a tiger. They're not all that genetically terribly different from each other, but they also don't generally breed together under most circumstances. They just don't generally do that. They're not considered mutually interbreeding populations, and so they're not considered a single species. That's the main reason why lions and tigers are not considered one species, because you've got multiple groups. As a matter of fact, some of the larger cats have many different species because they have many different groups that don't generally interbreed with each other. But that's what makes the big difference in that sense. Now, there are other things as well. Take, for example, polyploidy. When you have the DNA reproduce inside of a cell, but the cell itself doesn't reproduce. Occasionally that happens. And occasionally the resulting cell will end up being the cell that starts a new multicellular life form, a seed or an egg cell. With the egg cell, it's a little more complicated than with seeds, I think. I don't think it happens anywhere near as often. It's very well known to happen with plants that are capable of reproducing parthenogenically, that don't necessarily need a partner to reproduce. And so we have things like strawberries that have lots and lots of DNA because their DNA got replicated and replicated again and replicated again. And we have coffee plants like that as well that have I think like 8 copies of their ancestral DNA set. That tends to break the species barrier in one generation, just like that. I say tends to because I'm not saying there aren't any exceptions. I'm not sure if there are or not, but there probably are, where occasionally, again, like in the case of the Chihuahua and the St. Bernard, occasionally it might happen, but it's not generally going to be expected to happen that that a plant with the same DNA but 4 times as much of it can reproduce with the one that has that single original set. There are some complications involved in that. And so, yeah, you can get instant speciation in one generation. But again, that's not evolution. That is a single change. So I hope that clarifies, what the problem is with that way of looking at things. That, nobody in their right mind is saying that evolution produces another species as an offspring of its parents. That's not evolution. That's having babies. That's one generation. Evolution of a species happens over multiple generations, not one. And multiple changes can add up to produce an accumulative speciation event. But even then, that is a subgroup of the group it came from, not a new group separate from the group it came from. We humans are mammals. We are descended from mammals. Our descendants will be mammals. That's how that works. Horses are also mammals. They are descended from mammals, and their descendants will also be mammals. And yet, horses and humans aren't the same species. There would have been a time in the past when all mammals were probably one species. Maybe there might have been a divide that happened before they got to the point where they would be considered mammals, where there might have been some crossbreeding occasionally between them, but not much of it. And maybe the genes necessary to be mammal got transferred that way from one such group to the other such group. But even then, they would have been closely related groups. And if you breed 2 things together from 2 separate groups, you always get something of their ancestral group. If you could manage to breed a horse and a lion, they are both mammals, you will always get a mammal. If you breed a lion and some other kind of large cat, like say a leopard, you will always get a cat. And if you breed a domesticated dog with another domesticated dog, you will always get another domesticated dog. If it's a Chihuahua and a Great Dane, you're still going to get a domesticated dog out of that. That's the group. That is their ancestral common group. And if you breed a wolf with a fox, again, if you can produce an offspring, the offspring is going to be a canine because a wolf and a fox are both canines. If you could somehow breed and crossbreed an elephant and a pine tree, sorry about using a Ken Ham thing, you would get a eukaryote if you could successfully crossbreed them. Now, can you successfully crossbreed them? Well, not by normal means. Could it be done artificially in some sense? Probably. I don't expect it's been tried, and I wouldn't recommend it. But if you could, the result would be a eukaryote. That's something we know in advance. Would that eukaryote be a plant? Maybe. Probably not exactly. Would it be an animal? Maybe. Probably not exactly. Because you weren't breeding two plants together or two animals together. Their shared ancestor was not a plant and was not an ancestor. Was not an animal. Their shared common ancestor was a eukaryote. That's why we know the results you would get, if it was a viable result at all, would be a eukaryote. Go for it, Bree. And there we have the cats and the dogs. Yeah. And in exactly what ways we're genetically similar as well. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I want to say thank you, James, for clarifying that, because I was asking in the chat if Amy wanted to have me join the live stream. As I mentioned early in this live stream, she has done that in the past. She has some shows where she might do that, and others where she, has a set group of people that are going to be on there, and well, at least that's the way she was doing things. I have not been making my own YouTube videos in a while. I have not been keeping up on other people's channels in a while. Health issues mostly, and also the whole thing with the pandemic getting in the way of our society functioning properly, and just the total chaos in politics and a bunch of other stuff. So yeah, life got in the way of living, in a manner of speaking. Any rate, and thank you to Amy. Don't expect you'll hear that. I don't expect you'll see this video. Chances are you'll hear of the video. So I might look. Any rate, thank you. Okay. Whoops. What did I just do? Not sure. Okay, there. Whatever that was. I wanted to add something to that. I mentioned earlier about humans being apes, and this is something that was debated in the scientific community for quite a while. As a matter of fact, Carolus Linnaeus, who came up with the structure that includes genus and species and all that stuff, didn't really see any reason to exclude humans from the category of ape. But there were a lot of scientists who, naturalists at the time. There wasn't really scientists per se, but there were a lot of people studying such things who wanted to keep humans separate because the Bible treated them as separate, or because their particular religious beliefs treated them as separate, or because they saw humans as unique and special and something that should be kept separate. But realistically speaking, there was no legitimate reason to exclude humans, and so apes, in that sense, were paraphyletic. Under modern science, apes are no longer a paraphyletic group in that sense because humans are no longer arbitrarily excluded from the group. A real blatantly obvious way of demonstrating a paraphyletic group would be if I were to say, let's take all winged animals and call that a group. Well, actually, the Bible did that. It basically referred to flying things, and whether it calls them birds or bats or locusts or whatever, that was one kind. There was the flying kind, and but that is a paraphyletic group because bats and locusts, for example, are both the flying kind, but they do not share a flying kind ancestor in common. Birds are also the flying kind, but they don't share a flying kind ancestor in common with the bat flying kind and the locust flying kind and the cockroach flying kind and the fly flying kind. Now, a lot of flying insects do share flying insect ancestors in common. How far back can that go, and have wings evolved multiple times in insects? I'm not really sure. Don't suppose it really much matters. If you're not categorizing flying insects as a group, you don't have to worry about it. If you do categorize that as a group, then you run into some weird areas, like, for example, ants that are born without wings emerge as adults from their pupal stage with wings, and then shortly later in life lose those wings. Are those the flying kind or not? I mean, for a short period of their life they are, so I guess you'd have to say, yeah, they count as the flying kind. But most people would not recognize them as the flying kind if they saw one example of them, and somebody, if they'd never seen an ant before and somebody pointed out an ant larva or an ant pupa or an adult ant with wings or an adult ant without wings, pick one of those at random, and chances are they're going to say, no, that doesn't seem like the flying kind to me, because where are the rings? Where are the wings? Now, if the one they picked at random was the one with the wings, then they'd say, well, obviously it's the flying kind because it's got wings. And even that is no guarantee that it's the flying kind, because there are things with wings that don't fly. Ostriches have wings. Penguins have wings. It's not unheard of for something to have wings and not fly, and not be part of the flying kind. We're monkeys as well. Yeah. And this is exactly, and Bree is probably going to cover this right now, but I want to say it again, as I said earlier. That is why I made the distinction earlier between treating monkeys as a paraphyletic group of old world monkeys and new world monkeys, and not their ancestors or any other descendants of their ancestors, or treating monkeys as a monophyletic group of old world monkeys and new world monkeys and their ancestral monkeys and those that have descended from their ancestral monkeys other than those old world monkeys and new world monkeys. And yeah, we're apes. We are definitely apes. That one, again, has been disputed and still can be disputed, but not in the scientific community. That's a settled scientific issue. The monkey thing has not been quite settled in the scientific community at large, but within the study of monophyly, within the study of genetic phylogenetics or genetic grouping, genetic taxonomy, basically, it's pretty much settled. Yeah, I mean, the ancestors of monkeys would have been either monkeys or proto-monkeys, and the descendants of those ancestral monkeys or proto-monkeys are either in the monkey group or they're not. And the monkey group shouldn't be paraphyletic. If you arbitrarily exclude apes from the monkey group, you're making it paraphyletic unnecessarily. Yeah, specifically. It's not slightly different. Okay, there is a distinction between apes and non-apes. Apes are monkeys. And as I said, yes, this can be debated. It really shouldn't be. It is essentially settled, but yeah, there is room for argument, and people could argue with me about it if they want. I might lose the argument, they might lose the argument, but the fact remains that that if apes are excluded from the group of monkeys, they are excluded arbitrarily. There is nothing about apes that makes them not monkeys, other than somebody saying we won't count apes as monkeys. That's it. Completely arbitrary. Basically, again, for oversimplification, apes are essentially tailless monkeys. And yeah, that doesn't mean all tailless monkeys are apes. Doesn't mean all apes necessarily have no tail. Occasionally a human is born with a tail. It happens. But again, essentially, apes are tailless monkeys. Tailless old world monkeys. They are a subset of old world monkeys, and therefore they are old world monkeys. And old world monkeys are monkeys. If somebody wants to rename them into something else, they can do that. But the nested hierarchy is still going to be the same. And we are still descended from that group that is currently called old world monkeys, which are called monkeys just like the new world monkeys are called monkeys. So, it really doesn't make any sense at all to exclude us human monkeys from the rest of the monkeys. To say the rest of the monkeys are not humans, yeah, sure, you can exclude them you can exclude us that way. The same as you can say the rest of the apes or the rest of the monkeys are not chimpanzees. Chimpanzees are, the rest of them are not. The same as you can say, there are those that are orangutans, and there are those who are not orangutans. Again, you can split groups into those that are in a group and those that are not in a group. But we humans are definitely very much in the monkey group. That's not a group that that we can be separated from without an arbitrary separation of saying, well, I'm going to exclude them from that group, even though they fit the definition to a T. That a dog can come from a non-dog. Yeah, let me clarify that, because she said we can come from a non-dog. Obviously, yeah, that just, I think, a slip of the tongue or something like that. Because we humans, of course, we humans came from non-dogs. We humans also came from non-humans. I didn't personally come from a non-human. My parents didn't personally come from a non-human or from non-human parents. Their parents didn't personally come from non-human parents. But if you go back far enough, eventually, if you look at those ancestries, you would have to concede that, yes, these qualify as non-human ancestors, and they would be ancestors of humans. Now, whatever group they are in, we are also in that group. When you're talking about, phylogenetic groupings, we are in their phylogenetic group because we are phylogenetically descended from them. Our genetics descended from their genetics, and that is the grouping of our phylogeny, that we come from that group. Therefore, we are a part of that group. We are nested within that group. And if you took that earliest, that the latest non-human ancestor of humans you could find, and called that a group, which we are a part of, that group would not be human anymore. It would be human and then some. But all of the descendants of that common ancestor would be a part of that group, including us humans. Humans being in the genus Homo, and specifically those extant humans that we know of being in the species Homo sapiens and the subspecies Homo sapiens sapiens. That seems to be all of the humans we've got left, but we don't know for sure. I mean, maybe Bigfoot or Sasquatch or whatever might be Homo sapiens with some other subspecies grouping, or maybe they're Homo something else that's not Homo sapiens. Until we have a specimen to examine in enough detail to make a determination, we don't know. It might be entirely myth. It might be a mixture of myth and something real, or it might be something real that there's just some stories made up about. Again, until we have a chance to actually study at least one, we don't really know. And if sometime we find an actual population of them, and get to exchange cultural ideas with them and whatever else, maybe even if it turns out they're not even in the genus Homo, we might eventually end up colloquially considering them human, if they can get along in human society. Just as a lot of people, call their pet dog or pet cat their baby or their children, and treat it as if it's essentially human, even though it's obviously not a human. How can you think that doesn't work? We are primates. Right. Okay. Let me clarify that, Cindi. If you ever see this, I hope you will. I doubt you will, but I hope you'll see this. I can answer that for you. Primate would have been our species if the concept of species had been around back then. We humans invented that concept. If you go back in time to where primates were a small, not very diverse group, that would have been our ancestral species at the time. It's not considered a species now because there are other nested groups inside of it, including many species of primate. But they are all species of primate, just as all varieties of domesticated dog are still domesticated dog. They're also still wolves. They're also still canines. They're also still carnivora. They're also still mammals. They haven't left any of those groupings. They just branched off as a subset. Many subsets in the case of the distinct varieties of domesticated dogs. And yeah, you could say, well, that's just one big subset called domesticated dogs, but the dog breeders would I'm sure beg to differ with you there, because it makes a big difference to them whether they're breeding a pure breed of a specific breed of dog with another pure breed of that same specific breed of dog, or they're crossing two different pure breeds from two different breeds of domesticated dog, or maybe they're crossing a pure breed with one that isn't recognized as a pure breed. Maybe it's a mix of two or more pure breeds. And what all that means genetically, nothing. It means something to us humans. We are the ones who want to be able to deal with such things with language and science and articulation and categorization, and we have these ways that we want to deal with things, and so we draw these lines, we draw these circles around things and boxes around things, and we put labels on them. But again, if all of the if every carnivore, no, and I say carnivore, I don't mean just meat eater. If every member of the group Carnivora were to go extinct, except for two breeds of domesticated dog or two breeds of domesticated cat that could not interbreed with each other regularly or easily, or did not want to, for all practical purposes, that would be a speciation event. It would also be a huge extinction event, but that would have essentially be a speciation event, not because it produced something new, but because it divided something from something else and caused them to be separate species by the definition of being able to produce with their own kind, so to speak. That Chihuahuas and St. Bernards are not the same kind in that sense. They have evolved into different kinds. The Chihuahua kind and the St. Bernard kind are both the domesticated dog kind, and none of those three seems to be a created kind. And None of them is a created kind because they all evolved from the wolf kind, which evidently evolved from the canine kind, which evidently evolved from the carnivora kind. These are all groups that evolved from within another group and remain within that group that they evolved from. They haven't split off from it. What makes the difference in species, generally speaking, and there are a few different ways you can define species, and it's useful to define it different ways depending on what you're trying to do with the definition. But generally speaking, it's a gray area between things that will readily reproduce together and viably do so and produce offspring that can do likewise, and things that will not readily do that on their own. If somebody wants to make a more hard line, they could try to say those that cannot do it on their own. But I don't think there's any way to know that for sure, because what if we were to actually witness a couple of them trying it and it failed? Does that mean it wouldn't work the next time? Does that mean it wouldn't work with a different couple of the same mismatched apparently different kinds? Not necessarily. Maybe it would take 1,000,000 tries. Maybe it would take a billion tries. Maybe no more than a dozen tries are ever going to happen, and those dozen tries are all going to fail. That still doesn't mean it can't happen, and that's a line that's kind of hard to draw. Now, can we say that an elephant and a pine tree can't reproduce together naturally on their own? I think that's pretty safe. Is it guaranteed? No, not really. I mean, if we were to say, let's say some disaster happened and, that nuclear war, say, humans had a nuclear war and it killed nearly everything on the planet. And, in all the biomass laying around, cancer thrived. And so we get, I don't know, do trees get cancer? I suppose they have some equivalent of it. They grow tumors occasionally. So let's say we get a cancer-like tumor growing from a pine tree or growing on a pine tree, and you get cancerous cells from an elephant that somehow, end up mixed in the environment of those cancer-like cells on a pine tree. Yeah, sure. I mean, those are cancer cells, but they're technically still elephant cancer cells and pine tree cancer cells. And could they possibly share genes with each other? Yeah, they could probably, eat each other, maybe. Because cancer cells are kind of amoeba-like in form. They can, just engulf other cells and swallow them, not necessarily digest them. So could they become symbiotic that way? Yeah, possibility. What you'd get out of that would be a eukaryote, a cancerous eukaryote, supposedly, but a eukaryote. And if somewhere in the descendants of that cancerous mismatch, maybe it stopped behaving cancerously, maybe that eukaryote would be, would become the ancestor of all eukaryotic life on the planet after that. Wouldn't rule it out, but I also would say it's extremely unlikely. But the thing is, extremely unlikely is not the same as impossible. And incredulity, the inability to believe something just because it seems unlikely, should never be used to rule something out as impossible, because just because it seems impossible to you doesn't mean it is impossible. There's a difference. Yeah. Apes and humans are not a different species because apes are not a species. Humans are apes. We are not the species apes because there is no species apes. Again, the grouping of species or genus or order or phylum or family. Those are, I mean, look, we call a group of humans living in the same house a family, and yet we call life forms that are distantly related from each other part of the same family as well. The same as we call domesticated dogs dogs, and we call the larger group of canids that they are a part of also dogs. That is the English word, the common English word for that larger group. We do that sort of stuff, but no, apes are not a species. The group ape would have been a species a long time ago. It has diversified way beyond that now. It makes no sense to call apes a species at this point. If we want to talk about historically or prehistorically, if we want to talk about historically in the sense of the natural history preserved in things like the fossil record, then if you go back to when when basically there was only a small, not very diverse group of apes, you could probably call that a species back then. It wouldn't be categorized as a species now, but if you wanted to speak in terms of what would it have been in that environment without all the diverse descendants that would someday come from it, that would have been an ape species. We humans are part of the grouping of apes. In fact, we're specifically part of the grouping of African apes, which is part of the grouping of great apes, which is part of the grouping of apes. Okay, I am going to say something about this, and again, I am not an authority on this. Rubik's is probably more of an authority on it than I'll ever be. But these groupings have been adjusted somewhat over time as more knowledge comes in, as more understanding comes in. And again, as humans were once excluded from the group of apes, apes were once excluded from the group of monkeys. And again, by some experts, they still are, and by some experts, they are not. But again, it does not make any sense to exclude them other than for historic purposes to say, well, they were excluded in the past, therefore they should be excluded in the present. But that's kind of like saying that the Earth was considered the center of the universe in the past, therefore it should be considered the center of the universe in the present. There's no reason to think that it is. We have plenty of reasons to think that people once thought it was. Now, in the case of the groupings, it's a little less straightforward because we humans decide where to draw the lines in those groupings. But if you want to go from the modern science of cladistics and monophyly and phylogenetic taxonomy, then it makes no sense at all to exclude apes from the group of old world monkeys. That's just cutting a branch off of a tree and claiming it's not part of the tree. It's like, yeah, okay, it's not part of the tree once you cut it off, but it definitely was a part of the tree before you cut it off. And it doesn't make any sense for somebody, who's got a tree branch in their yard from their neighbor's tree to tell their neighbor, oh, that's not part of your tree. You can't tell me I cut that off your tree, because look, there it is, not part of your tree. That was definitely part of their tree. The fact that you decided to exclude it from the tree doesn't change what it was. Kind of changes what it is in that sense, but it's not a good argument. And Rubik's, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I disagree, and I know there are other people who agree and other people who disagree, and I hope you will reconsider your position. I doubt you'll even see this, but if you do, that would be, my hope is that you get out of it, to reconsider your position. And if you reconsider your position and you look into the things I had to say about it and you decide that I'm wrong, feel free to tell me, and I will reconsider my position. Probably right about that, James. Yeah, didn't seem logical to her from your point of view. Yeah, that's what I figure. Separating out a group like that, to say that this one doesn't belong to that one because I said so, that is a logical fallacy. It's called special pleading. If you want to look up what the special pleading fallacy is, that covers that sort of thing. It's I think I've said enough on that. Like I said, it's easy enough to look up, and I'm dead tired, and it's better to learn by doing your own research anyway. So anybody who wants to know, look up the special pleading fallacy. And saying that humans are not apes, because we fit the definition of apes to a T, but we're an exception. That's special pleading. It's the expression of disagreement is good, by the way. That's a good answer. Okay, you can tell if you think it is a parable. That doesn't tell you whether or not it is a parable. You can tell if something is obviously a parable, meaning it's obvious to you that it is a parable. And even then, you could be wrong. Maybe it's not really a parable. If you say it is a parable, and I know because it's obvious to me that it's a parable, you might be wrong, but you're probably not. If, on the other hand, you say it is obviously not a parable because it is obvious to me that it is not a parable, there's a very good chance you're wrong about that, because to say that something is not something is different than to say that it is something. I want to see if I can try to clarify that well, because I'm not saying that well. If you were to specify that an object is not a square because it doesn't have 4 points. Okay, that's not a square. If you turn around and you say, this thing is a square because it does have 4 points, a parallelogram can have 4 points and not be square. A rectangle can have 4 points and not be square. So that it's not always a balanced thing that the argument one way works the same as the argument the other way. And in the case of a parable, I mean, if there are ridiculous things in a story, like, say, for example, talking snakes and talking donkeys, that just seem to never happen in the real world, chances are it's a made-up story, or at least a story that's had made-up elements added to it. If you don't notice such things as being out of place, if you, for example, don't think of a talking snake or a talking donkey as anything out of the ordinary, or anything that couldn't have happened in an ancient setting, or anything that would more likely indicate a made-up story than a true story, then you might very well think that a story involving such things is obviously not made up. But what if somebody made up a story and went out of their way to not include such things in it that would make it obvious that it's a made-up story? What if, for example, somebody writing a soap opera? Soap operas tend to have a lot of drama in them. What if somebody wrote a soap opera and limited the drama in it to an amount you'd expect in the real world? What if they, eliminated the ghost stories and things like that a lot of people would point to and say this isn't real, and other people would say, oh yeah, that's definitely the real world? What if they eliminated all of the controversial stuff and all they had left was the non-controversial stuff that anybody could recognize and say, oh yeah, all of this occurs in the real world, all of this actually happens in non-made up stories? Does that mean their story wasn't made up? Of course not. It doesn't mean their story was made up either. But that's why I'm saying, if you think you can tell that a story is not a parable, or that it's not made up, that it's not fiction, I'd say you're wrong about that. You can't really tell that. What you can tell is that it's not apparent to you that it's one of those things. It may or may not actually be. If you can find something in a story that that does not conform to reality at all, like, for example, if you can find in a story where somebody made a square that did not have 4 points, if it was a square that had exactly 3 corners, for example, that's made up, because that's not what a square is, and there's no way that it could be, because by definition a square has 4 points. No. What if I gave you a story about a shape that had 3 sides and 3 right angles. What they call, some people call a square angle. Can you have a shape that has 3 sides and 3 square angles? Well, obviously, if you make one side on the left, one side on the right, and one side on the top or bottom, but not both, you can have something that has 3 sides and 2 right angles. But can you have a shape that has 3 sides and 3 right angles? Well, the answer is yes, you can. But those sides will not be straight, at least not in our universe. If you draw those sides on a sphere, yeah, you very well can make a triangle on the surface of a sphere. So again, it's not a triangle in the usual sense of Euclidean geometry, but on the surface of the sphere geometry, it's a triangle. It has 3 angles. It has 3 sides, but it's a triangle that has 3 90-degree angles. So yeah, no, is that a made-up story? Yes, I made it up. Is it perfectly in line with reality? Yes, it's perfectly in line with reality. If I had told you that I had once made such a 3-sided, 3-angled triangle with 3 90-degree angles, and then explained to you how it worked, you wouldn't be able to tell whether that was a true story or a made-up story, unless maybe something else gave it away. From that much information, that's not enough to be able to say, no, that story is not made up. And none of the stories that I know of in the Bible fall into the category of you can just look at it and be, have reason to believe that story is not made up. Some you could have more reason than others to think, yeah, that story is made up. But I don't think any of them would be reasonable to be able to say, yeah, I can be sure that's not a made up story. Because there's stories about specific people and specific times and specific places and specific events. And any one of those things could be changed. And as a matter of fact, if we look in different variations of the Bible, in different books in the same Bible, in the same translation, we find differences in the same story. So at least part of them had to have either been made up or erroneously copied. Either way, it's not factual. True. Okay. Again, I doubt Cindy's going to hear this, but Cindy, if you do hear this, I want to point out to you that evolution does not require millions of years. Some biological evolution has taken millions of years, and how many millions of years is not really important. Whether or not it was millions of years is not really important. Whether or not some of it took billions of years is not really important. The thing that is important is it's a lot of change that added up. And as such, we can expect it would probably take a lot of time to add up. Now, there is ample evidence out there to support the numbers of years, the approximate number of years that scientists think these things took, and different branches of science and different testing means have been compared with each other and could have come up with drastically different answers, and they tend not to. They tend to come up with answers that are extremely close to the same as each other. Not identical, but extremely close to identical. Much closer than one would expect if it wasn't conforming with a reality behind that testing that the testing was revealing. But even if they were dead wrong, even if, say for example, that we're living in the Matrix and there's no God involved, but we're in a computer system that maybe self-evolved or whatever, doesn't matter. Put us in a different reality and you could say, oh well, maybe what appears to be millions or billions of years all happened yesterday, all of it. That yesterday is just a myth that we were made to believe happened by the process that built the world that we're in today. Well, that would be deceptive, wouldn't it? Why would anyone want to deceive us that way? Well, they might have a reason. Maybe they had a good reason. Maybe if it was a computer that did it, maybe it didn't want us to know. If it was a God that did it, maybe that God didn't want us to know. But it would, one way or another, it would be deceptive. If you're going to create a world where, we humans are having these discussions, I would think it would make more sense to be honest with us. But, what I think would make more sense doesn't dictate, what actually did or will or would have happened. So, yeah, just some thoughts. Okay. I got to say something about that as well. Science is a process. When you say what they're being led to believe is science is not as factual as they present it as, or however exactly you worded that. There is scientific knowledge and scientific data, meaning knowledge that has been derived through the process of science and data that has been derived through the process of science. And yes, a lot of people call that stuff science. That is not science. That is accumulated information that science accumulated and that science scrutinized. That's not science. It's easy to call it science loosely, in the same way as people call evolution a theory, when what they really mean is that the theory of evolution is a theory, just as the theory of anything else is a theory. But evolution itself is a process. Evolution is not a theory. Now, if you name the theory of evolution, then you could say, okay, evolution is a theory now because the theory of evolution is named evolution. But that's just kind of a silly thing to do. A theory of evolution can be called a theory of evolution without calling it what it's a theory of. Just like, we don't have to call gravity, we don't have to call the theory of gravity because gravity is already called gravity. Doesn't make any sense to call the theory of gravity and to say, well, gravity is just a theory. No, the theory of gravity is a theory. The theory of germs is a theory. Yeah, are germs real? Yeah. Are germs just a theory? No. Are there theories about germs? Yeah. One theory about germs is that germs, well, not just that, but for starters, to simplify it, that germs cause diseases. Come to find out, turns out to be true. Some germs do cause diseases. Not all of them, and not under all circumstances. But yes, the germ theory of disease is a theory. It is a germ theory of disease. That is a theory about germs. You could call that a germ theory. More accurately, it's a disease theory. But that doesn't mean that disease is just a theory either. Diseases happen. They are real. And theories are things that people make. Humans make theories. Those are real also. Some theories are scientific and some are not. Scientific theories have a lot higher standard than colloquial theories. I mean, you can make up any old harebrained story and call it a theory. The scientific community will reject it if you try to present it within the scientific community as a theory, because within the community of scientists and within the realm of science, they're mainly interested in scientific theories. And if you try to tell them, well, this is a traditional theory, okay, well then if you can show some tradition behind it, they might accept that and say, okay, traditionally it's accepted as a theory. And there are some things in science occasionally, that are called theories in that sense, that they were called theories before the scientific community got rigorous about what a theory is within the realm of science, within the process of science done by scientists. There was a time when what we now call science wasn't even called science. That's a word. Words get made up. Speaking of which, the Bible says that God had Adam name all of the animals. Can you imagine how long that would take? Unless there were very few kinds of animals. And if there were very few kinds of animals, then where did all the diversity come from? I mean, if there were, for example, let's say just a reptile kind and a mammal kind and a fish kind and a flying kind. Well, okay, bird kind, bat kind, locust kind. But again, this is why it makes more sense to believe that story was probably made up, even if you're not sure, to believe that whole story was probably made up, because there are just too many things in it that when you look at them in detail, they fall apart. Evolution is a process. The conversation you had in the live stream that I'm now reviewing and commenting on and presenting for other people to consider what's said in it and my comments and thoughts and views on it, that conversation you had evolved. You say something, somebody else says something. Okay, when they said something, they added something to it. When you say something back, you add something to it. Those are changes in what the conversation is so far. The total of that conversation evolved the same as if you roll the dice and wrote down the number and rolled the dice and wrote down a number and rolled the dice and wrote down the number. That string of numbers would also evolve. It also is growing. You could start with a sequence of 10 one-digit numbers, like say 9, 5, 4, 3, 7, whatever. Doesn't matter which one-digit numbers they are. 0 could be in there. You could start with a string of 10-digit numbers and then roll a dice. And every time you roll the dice, a 6-sided dice, you get a number from 1 to 6. And you put that on the end of that number and you remove the first digit. So you add a new last digit, you remove the first digit. That sequence will evolve. If you just have one digit and you just replace that one digit, that's not evolving. If you have 2 digits and you remove the first and you add a new second digit, there's a tiny little bit of evolution that happens there. That evolution doesn't really last. It doesn't extend into the distant past or future, because it's basically being erased. Your 10-digit one holds on to a little more of that evolutionary history and that the accumulated changes. You've got 10 accumulated changes that can show up in your 10-digit number. Now, if every 10th time you roll the dice, you don't erase the first number, you don't take that first digit away. Just 1 out of every 10 times you roll the dice, you don't take that first digit away. And then, you roll it 9 more times each time, removing the first digit and adding on the new dice roll. It will continue to evolve, and it will also grow, but not at the same rate that it's evolving. And that evolution will not retain the entire history of the dice rolls. It'll retain a part of the history of the dice rolls. Likewise, you could start with a sequence of 3 digits. You could roll a dice and flip a coin and write down the number the dice came to on the end of that set of digits. And if the coin landed on heads, use some method to randomly pick one of the digits in that sequence and delete that one from the sequence and squeeze the rest together. And if it lands on tails, don't do that. Now, what method you use to randomly pick the one from somewhere in the middle of the sequence, not really important. I mean, you could just pick whatever is closest to the center, or if there's nothing directly in the center, maybe the one just to the left of the center. Or you could have a computer pick a random number for you from 1 to however many digits you've got, and erase that digit. Again, the sequence you get will be an evolving sequence. You add a digit, you add a digit, you remove a digit, you add a digit, you add a digit, you add a digit, you remove a digit, you add a digit, you remove a digit, you add a digit, you add a digit, add a digit, remove a digit. Okay, that sequence is going to change over time. And it may repeat itself somewhere along the way. It's possible your original 3-digit number was maybe 333, and maybe you get a 4 added to it and the first digit removed, and then a 3 added to it and the first digit removed, and a 3 added to it and the first digit removed, and a 3 added to it and the first digit removed. It ends up back at 333. The odds are against it, but it could happen. But the longer and more complex it gets, the less chances are that it's going to repeat any of its previous states. And but that is evolution, just as much as biological evolution is evolution. If you think there's a problem with evolution, you don't need to refute biological evolution to show that there's a problem with it. You need to refute evolution to show there's a problem with it. And that means that you'd have to show that change can't accumulate, because that's all evolution is the accumulation of change. Good luck with that. In English, it actually kind of does. Ancient Hebrew is not English. It's not much like English. It's definitely not like modern English. It's closer to being like Old English than like modern English. But yeah, a more literal interpretation of that would be, let's see, I believe it was a cooling and a warming were the first time period, a time period, which could be a day. It could be. It could also be an ice age and coming out of an ice age. That could be going into and coming out of an ice age. That's a very long period of time. If you wanted to take the Bible as being true, if you wanted to start from that assumption, which I would never suggest starting from the assumption that anything is true, but if you wanted to start from there and try to make sense of it that way, then you could go as far as to say, well, according to science, the Earth would have started out from things collecting due to gravity, and the impact of those things would have released enough energy that the Earth would have basically been molten, very, very hot for a rather long period of time. And so if you were to, take those more literal interpretation of those words in the Bible and say the cooling and the warming, you could say that Earth cooled off and then it warmed again. Now, we know from the evidence indicates that it was probably very, very hot at one point in time and had to have cooled off because it's not very, very hot now. Did it warm back up again? We don't know. There is a so-called snowball Earth hypothesis that puts the Earth as having gotten very, very cold before it warmed back up. So could that be the evening and the morning? Could that be the cooling and the warming? Yeah, sure, why not? But then you run into other problems, like the fact that the Bible doesn't have the sun being created until sometime after that. Well, I mean, how is life going to get by during that time? I mean, seriously, if you're going to have, a life, if you're going to have an Earth created and it cools and it warms, and then some life is created on it, and it cools and it warms, and some more life is created on it, and it cools and it warms, and some more life is created on it, and then eventually you get around to putting a sun out there. Well, first off, what's cooling it and warming it? I mean, okay, you could say maybe, there's some radioactivity going on. Well, that, from as far as we can tell from the evidence, seems to be a pretty consistent thing. So you wouldn't expect it to really warm up and cool off and warm up and cool off in that sense. Not saying it couldn't happen, just doesn't seem likely. But yeah, you run into other problems no matter how you do it. The first and second chapter of the Bible disagree with the order that things were created. Again, one of them has to be wrong. Now, there are some things that you could look at and say, well, they don't disagree with each other in this part. It just looks like they do until you look at it this certain way. But there are other parts that you just can't. They just flat out disagree with each other. They appear to be presenting the same story and the same things happening in the story in mostly the same order, but not quite. Like, for example, were the animals made before Adam? The non-human animals, I should specify, were the non-human animals, the beasts of the field, created before Adam or after Adam? Because the Bible has it both ways. Now, could God have created some animals before Adam and some animals after Adam? Sure. But then that would have been the way to write the story. That God created some animals, then created the human animal, and then created more animals, and then created the other human animal. But even that doesn't really make sense. I mean, why would he create all of the other animals, male and female, and then just make a male human and no female human, and try to mate the male human with some non-human animal, which is essentially what the Bible says that God tried to do? It doesn't make any sense. Now, again, does that mean that it's false? No, but it should definitely raise some red flags. Those are causes for concern. It is much more than that. That's not a problem. Nick, what travel? Well, that's a given. The Bible's God is not a very potent God. It's made out to be one, basically by labeling it as such. But but yeah, are you essentially saying that a few seconds or a few minutes would have been an issue for God? That you know, he had to make the sun appear already in the sky seconds or minutes before we would have seen it? Or I mean, I don't see where that would be a problem, especially considering that according to the Bible, he created the sun several days too late for the plants to get any benefit from it, or the animals to get any benefit from it. That was yeah, not a good plan, if it was a plan at all. But the stars that are apparently billions of light years away, and I say apparently, I don't mean apparently as in, somebody looked and they went, hey, that looks really far away. No, there's math involved. Now, they might have gotten some things wrong. Maybe it's not maybe something that looks a dozen billion years away is maybe only a few 100 million years away. Maybe it's even only, a few 100,000 years away. That's even that huge amount of margin of error wouldn't account for them appearing to be there hundreds of thousands of years before the universe was supposedly even created. And and a universe in which the stars were created late in the creation process, after plants and animals were already on Earth, which makes no sense at all. But but there again, why would God go through all the trouble to be that deceptive, to put light on its way to Earth from every point between here and some star that he's placing 100,000 light years away, or 1,000,000 light years away, or 100 million light years away, or 10 billion light years away? Why put all that light in the path? What's that for? To look at? Is that all there just for humans? Did he put the light in the sky just for humans to see? Is it just light aimed at our planet here? I mean, if we humans get off of this planet, and well, I mean, Mars is in the general vicinity of this planet, so let's not go there. If we get off of this planet and we go to a different star system, are you insinuating that we would no longer see those stars in the sky because God sent light here where humans happen to be for our sake? Before or after he created humans? I mean, at what point was the light put there for humans? Okay, it said God created light. That was early on. Did that include the light from all the stars he hadn't yet invented, hadn't yet created? Did that include the light from the sun that wasn't there yet? Because if it did, that light that he put there coming on its way from the sun would have been gone a long time before he put the sun there, according to that story. We would have seen the sun in the sky, and then shortly afterward, we wouldn't. As a matter of fact, no, we humans wouldn't have even seen the sun in the sky. The Earth if it had eyes, would have seen the sun in the sky. God would have seen the sun in the sky from the vantage point of Earth for a very short period of time. And then he wouldn't have. Unless he kept on making light coming from the sun that wasn't there that whole time. To fool himself? I don't know. So billions of light years worth of light. Okay. I want to address another side of that. Christians have been saying for probably about as long as there have been Christians. So for probably about as long as there have been Christians who have never personally met someone that they considered to be the Christ, however you want to word that. There have been Christians who have been saying that Jesus is going to return any day now. Could be today, could be tomorrow, probably going to happen, this week, maybe this month, definitely this year, or within some year not far from now. Lots of them have been saying that. Now, let's just say, what if they're remotely right? What if, say, for example, Jesus is coming back, as he promised during the lifetime of, some of the people who were around him at the time he said this, during their lifetimes. So let's say their lifetimes last for millions of years. And 100 million years from now, Jesus comes back. And then we have this whole, tribulation thing in the thousands of years and whatever. And then, everybody goes to heaven or to hell. We've got stars that are billions of light years away by every measurement we've been able to do. At the very least, they're definitely more than 100 million light years away, which means the actual light from those stars would still not have reached Earth by the time Earth didn't have any humans on it anymore. Now, what's going to happen to the animals and the plants? I don't know. Is that just for them? Is that going to happen? Is that, starlight just going to be coming there for the non-human animals and plants? I don't see how I could make any sense of that at all. And I'm not saying it's wrong because I can't make sense of it. I'm just saying I really don't see a way to make sense of that. But the question I want to ask is, how do you know those stars are even there then? If it's, if you believe your God put the light from those stars in the sky for potentially billions of light years of light, as if it had been traveling for billions of years, why would he need those stars to be there if his whole plan was going to last for less than billions of years? And, that was put there for us humans to see those stars in the sky because we needed it now. And then, after billions of years, that light's still going to be coming and hitting the Earth that hasn't had humans on it for billions of years. Before any light from the actual star, if it even exists, would actually reach the Earth. If that star was supposedly only made like 6,000 years ago. That's a tough one. I mean, from my point of view, the stars in the sky make perfect sense because they're not stars in our sky. They're stars we can see when we look through our atmosphere. if you see them as stars in our sky, as if they were put there for our enjoyment or for our navigation or for our whatever else we use them for, then why have them appear to be billions of light years away, or millions of light years away, or even 1 light year away, or even 1 light second away? You know, why not just put them as lights on the firmament like the Bible says? Which I don't think you believe that to be a literal story. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you believe that to be a literal story. That that there's a solid sort of glass dome around the Earth, and that the starlight is just pinpricks of light on a big glass dome that's holding back water in the sky. I mean, maybe you believe something kind of like that, and maybe I'm not steel manning your position exactly, but I'm guessing you don't believe anything like that. And like I said, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong about that. But you seem to recognize that the Bible does have some parables in it, some myths, some stories that weren't meant to be taken literally, and I have a hard time imagining how you could think that the solid dome over Earth is a literal story, especially if you believe that God put light meant to appear to be from stars billions of light years away in the sky, all the way from here to billions of light years away. Which would, by the way, be a heck of a lot harder thing to do than just making the stars billions of years earlier, especially considering that God is supposedly eternal and should have had no problem making the stars billions of years before making the Earth. Especially if he used an evolutionary process like physics that could have formed the Earth from the same stuff the stars formed from, all hands free, with no interference from God necessary at all. It's just I don't know. Anyway, yeah, if I don't know if you'll see this, Cindi. If you do, Amy knows how to get a hold of me, or I think she still knows how to get a hold of me. You know how to get a hold of Amy. Let her know if you'd like to, come talk on my channel sometime, and that would be fine. Or we can go on her channel together if she wants to arrange that. I don't know if she would or not, but I don't think she'd object to it if it was something you wanted to do. So, at any rate, I'm going to continue this. Got a long way to go left. Oh, okay. You're talking about what kind of God are you talking about? Because, I mean, if we humans were going to do something like that, we'd just put a calendar up there. We don't really have the technology yet to do that very well, but we could do it even now. We could. If we really wanted to, we could build an orbital calendar, huge orbital calendar, all connected together, that would just orbit around the Earth, displaying the time and date, day, month, week, year, century, whatever else we felt like putting into it. We could also put things up there that could absorb light from the sun, and use that. By the way, yeah, all of that would have to be solar powered, or nuclear powered, but we could do it either way. But we could also put up things that would point directions for us. If we're talking about a God who, according to the Bible, put a big basically glass dome over the Earth, why fill that glass dome full of basically random looking dots when he could have spelled out words or numbers or hash marks or whatever? He could have put them in any arrangement he wanted. He could have literally put a map of the Earth in the sky in lights so that we could tell where we are on the map of the Earth by just looking up and seeing the map and go, oh, that's how the continents are arranged. We can figure that out because when we get to the shore, we're right directly beneath the edge of one of those continents in the sky. I mean, would that be that hard for your God to do? I mean, it's beyond us humans right now. Probably not permanently beyond us. When we're sufficiently technologically advanced, we could probably do something like that. We could build a Dyson sphere with a map of the continents on it. But our planet has plate tectonics. I don't know if you know about that or not. I'm guessing you probably have some clue about it. So if we just put a fixed map up there, it would take a really, really long time before it would be outdated, but eventually it would be outdated. But is that a limitation that your God has? Could your God not have made such a map display computerized? Or how about a reflective surface that would just show us a mirror image of the Earth? Maybe reflected in such a way that that we could see it from down here, in a way that would make sense from down here. I mean, heck, there are so many possibilities that would have done what you're saying the stars and the sun and the moon were put there to do, and could have done them so much better. I mean, take, for example, the amount of sunlight that comes from the sun, the amount of light that comes directly from the sun when there's no cloud cover in the way. Uncomfortable to the eyes, damaging to the skin for an awful lot of people, to some extent for everybody, unless you got clothing to protect you from it. You got things to cover up your skin to protect you from the sunlight. It's too much light in one place. Why not spread it out? Why not have a group of lights for the day and maybe a smaller group of lights for the night? Spread them out a little. As it is, the so-called light for the day and light for the night thing doesn't really even work, because the moon doesn't always light the night. It lights some nights much better than it lights other nights, irrespective of cloud cover. And some nights it just doesn't light at all, because the sun is shining directly on the other side of the moon that's not facing the planet, and the side of the moon that's facing the planet is dark from our point of view and very close to the sun in the sky. So we don't see it at night. It's out in our sky in the daytime, pretty much invisible to us, unless you've got the right instruments to look for it, to block the sunlight out and find it, and then you've got to know where you're looking. Yeah, if that was done by a god, it was done very poorly. If it had been done by humans, if primitive humans had done that sort of thing way back then, 6,000 years ago, yeah, then we could easily excuse it and say, well, they're only human. It's your God, only human. Why would he make us be able to see things that look billions of years away? Okay. Let me say something about that. Well, actually, can't stop me at the moment, but you could just stop the video if you don't want to watch it. You're probably not going to see it anyway. If he wanted to make himself look big by making it look like he put stars billions of light years away from us, well, first off, it would be really ridiculous that he's got so many of his followers and believers trying to say, oh, those stars are not billions of light years away from us, because they're trying to defeat God's plan of looking that big. Maybe he should have wrote in the Bible, like, don't tell people these stars are not billions of light years away. Might have made sense. But also, what about the fact that if we're never going to actually see any light that actually came from those stars that look billions of light years away, if all we're ever going to see from them is light that never actually came from them, so in other words, we're really never seeing anything from them at all, then isn't that just trying to fool us into thinking he's big? Is that what your God does? Try to fool people. Try to put an image of stars in the sky in such a way that for a certain number of thousands of years, maybe millions of years, if we're around that long, that it will look to us as if there are stars billions of light years away. But that none of the light we're seeing that looks like stars billions of light years away is actually coming from stars billions of light years away. Then isn't he fooling people into thinking they're seeing stars billions of light years away? Isn't he making a very elaborate hoax that can fool scientists and mathematicians and geometers and everyone else who examines this stuff in detail into thinking they're seeing something huge when all they're really seeing is a little illusion? Amy. Well, not necessarily. Okay, yeah, and I'm sure you're going to get, other response. You already got other response for that, but let me, a little thought on that. No, it wouldn't necessarily have to be all fairy tales. It could be a mix of fairy tales and actual historical writings and actual things that people believed that may or may not have been true at the time, but that they honestly thought were true. I mean, think about it. The Bible is a compilation of writings. It's not a monolithic work written by one human being. It's also not a monolithic work written by one God. I'm pretty sure you know that. It gets passed off as that, believe it or not, by some humans. It does get passed off as a monolithic work actually written by one God. Some of them actually think that God wrote the Bible. I've met people who, as far as I can tell, and as far as they claim, are very convinced that the King James Version of the Bible was written by God directly, by the hand of God. God, depending on their particular beliefs, wrote it out on parchment or whatever the case might be. I don't think it would be too much to ask of a being who is as powerful as that God is supposed to be, according to a lot of believers, to have left us a computer system somewhere, not made out of technology that we will have developed by the time we find it, but made of technology we've never seen, technology we likely would never come up with on our own, technology that we would have to examine and figure out and learn from So there would be stuff for us to learn from the experience of having found it, and that would contain an actual book written by an actual God, by an actual creator of the universe, or whatever happened to actually be there, and done in such a way that with technology we either could have developed on our own and someday would develop on our own, or with the help of having examined that technology could eventually develop with that help, that we could make exact copies of it and share those exact copies with people all around the world, and maybe even have some stuff in there that would help us with translation into the many languages that God apparently knew he was going to spring on us, knew from before the time he created humans, according to a lot of people's beliefs, that he was going to spring on us for having tried to make a tower that could reach up into the heavens, which is basically a multi-story mud brick hut. Probably not much taller than your average building in a small city these days, but a tower at the time, taller than other buildings they built at the time, if that was even true. And again, no, you don't have to think that the whole thing is nothing but fairy tales just because certain parts of it are nothing but fairy tales, or just because certain parts of it are questionable. It's all questionable. It should all be questioned. And if there's any part of it that you haven't questioned, I would recommend questioning that part. You might find that you're absolutely right about your thoughts about that part. And then again, you might find that you're absolutely wrong about what you thought about that part. Or maybe you'll find that you hadn't had any thoughts about it at all and you didn't even realize you missed that part. I don't know. And you may or may not be right about the things that you find. But I would recommend questioning it. And and any being that has to say, don't question the things I tell you, obviously has things to hide. And any being that has to say, and that has to say by way of writings that someone else wrote on their behalf, don't question the things that these writings tell you, is probably not even a being. It's not monolithic. Yeah, and therein lies the key to the whole thing. Obviously, there are things in the Bible that aren't true. You may or may not see that, but it's obvious to at least people who have questioned it, and have looked into it in detail. At least some such people. I would say most or all such people, probably most. But there are other things that are not so obvious. And if you question it, and if it is as true as you think it is, and you think it is true enough to call true, if you're right, it will hold up to that scrutiny. And you'll come out of it having scrutinized it and found that it is trustworthy. Not faith-worthy, but trustworthy. If you, on the other hand, believe based on faith and not trust, because it hasn't earned your trust, and if you treat it as if it cannot earn your trust, then it will never achieve the status of being trustworthy, because you will never have given it the chance to achieve that status. The Bible is a book. If I write a book, I don't want anybody to take it on faith. I don't want anybody to just trust it because it comes from me. I would want people to scrutinize everything I wrote. And I have done a bunch of writings, and maybe someday I will publish some of it in a book. I have every intention of doing that. But there's a question of whether or not I'll finish the job. But, I don't want to be taken as, this is an authoritative source, therefore we should believe everything he says. I would prefer to be thought of as not an authoritative source. I would prefer to be thought of as a person with opinions and with a propensity for learning because it's something I like to do, and a propensity for teaching because it's something I like to do, but not right by fiat, not right because because somebody put a label on me that says I should be right if I have this label. I'm going to be wrong about some things, and when I'm wrong, I'd like people to recognize that I'm wrong. Not necessarily everybody's going to, but I would prefer that people be open to recognizing when I seem to be mistaken about something. Rather than having to frame the whole thing as, well, either he's right about everything or he's lying about everything. I hope you wouldn't put your God into that kind of a box of, either everything that these people who put the Bible together claim is God's word is all true, or that God is a liar. The more likely scenario is that a small amount of it is true. A bunch of it is true in some senses and false in other senses. And the vast majority of it is probably just plain not true. But regardless of the status of truth or not truth of anything in it, it wasn't written by God. Disagree with me if you want, but I doubt you will. Was it inspired by God? In a sense, I could say, sure, it was inspired by stories of God, and some of those stories are in it. Was it inspired by an actual God who those stories were inspired by? Probably not. I see no reason to think that any such being exists. We have no evidence that I know of at all. Not just insufficient, just none. Now, maybe that could be my extreme ignorance, but it's a God who's supposed to be all around us and all powerful and all knowing and very influential. I don't have any problem believing there are stars in the sky, even though, like I said, I prefer to think of them as stars we can see by looking through our atmosphere. But I have no problem believing that they're there. I definitely don't disbelieve that they are there. I have no evidence that they are not there. I have plenty of evidence that they are there. Could that evidence be deceptive? Sure. Maybe God put light in the sky to look like it's coming from stars, and the stars aren't actually there. I see no reason to believe that hypothesis is worth any more than a precursory glance to look at it and go, okay, sure. Remotely possible, but highly unlikely. Okay. That, Cindi, I want to correct you on, and again, I doubt you'll ever see this, but do you really believe God wrote it? Seriously, I mean, we know there were human authors who wrote the Bible. I mean, we don't know who all those authors were. Just like, we don't, really necessarily know who wrote the works of William Shakespeare, but we know it wasn't a god. Was it William Shakespeare? Was there really such a person? Well, how well can we know such things? I mean, we got to have something to call the author, so we call it William Shakespeare. And some people call the author of the book of Mark. There's no reason for us to think that whoever authored that book, whether it was one person or more than one person, that any of them had that name. It's a name that's been assigned. I'm not sure, but I don't think the book itself even had a name to start with before it got in the Bible. I think that was one of the names that was assigned by scholars at the time who named it after one of the disciples. Now, I'm not sure about that. I'm not a Bible scholar. Leave that to somebody else. But we know it was written by humans. And even if it had been written by God, there are so many mistakes in it. I mean, the Bible says that rain will fall on the just and the unjust alike. And also says that if you don't go to a particular temple certain number of times per year or whatever, I forget the exact verse or how exactly it's worded, but basically that if you don't travel, like, if you're not in or from that country, if you don't travel to another country and visit a particular temple often enough, that rain will not fall on your family at all. That you're going to die because starvation and thirst and all this other stuff that happens when no rain falls around you and evaporation still happens. And we know that's not true, and we know that rain does not fall equally on the just and the unjust. So fall on the just and the unjust alike? No, not really. Some of us have apartments to live in. Some of us have mansions to live in. Some of us live out on the street, and the rain does fall on those people. And not very justly. So, yeah. Neither one of those two verses seems to be true. And the two of them are in stark contradiction with each other. They could not possibly both be true. So if God wrote the Bible, just from that one example alone, God either lied or made at least one mistake. If you look more carefully, you'll find thousands of others. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to cut you off in the middle of a word. Yeah, Cindi, about that. Do you think Jesus actually wrote any of the Bible? Do you think Jesus actually, actually wrote anything at all? I mean, whoever that person or personification of several people or whatever it was happened to be, seems to have been made out to be reasonably well educated for the time. No reason to think he wasn't literate, but we also have no reason to think that he actually wrote anything and claimed authorship of it. So when you say that, the Bible was written by the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, well, The Holy Spirit apparently is intangible and couldn't pick up a pencil to save its life. Not that it needs to save its life if it's immortal. The Father seems to have certain limitations on things he can and can't do. Like, for example, allowing people to see him unless it's his, backside or, whatever the case might be. Even though he did supposedly walk in the garden with Adam and Eve when he wasn't in the form of Jesus at the time. So there's a conflict there. But, nonetheless, when God supposedly, according to the story, wrote the 10 Commandments for Moses, was it? I think that's right. Yeah, Moses. Moses had to go up into the mountains, basically visiting Zeus on Mount Olympus, and spend enough time there that he could have carved the things in stone himself, waiting for God to carve stones with his finger, because apparently God couldn't handle a chisel or some other instrument of the day. Had to do it with a finger, and God is apparently very slow at finger painting, or whatever method he used to write on a rock with his finger. I mean, some not very pleasant visions come to mind, so I won't elaborate on that, but God showing Moses his backside and then writing on stones with his finger. I ain't going any farther than that. Yeah. But, I mean, 10 Commandments took him months. Heck, the whole Bible at that rate, how long would that have taken? I haven't done the math at it, but is your 6,000 years that Earth has been around long enough for God to have written the Bible at that speed in that much time? Maybe. Wouldn't rule it out without actually doing the math to rule it out. I don't feel up to it right at this moment because I'm dead tired. But if somebody else wants to do that, yeah, feel free to let me know. Is it possible or impossible? But even if it's possible, it doesn't mean it's likely. No. Jesus wasn't in the Old Testament. Yeah, Jesus wasn't in the Old Testament. Okay. Question. If a group of people were to write a modern Bible today, not based on the Christian Bible, but some modern equivalent of the Bible for their own religion, and if they wrote about Alice in Wonderland in that Bible, Alice Liddell was a real person, by the way. The inspiration behind the original Alice in Wonderland stories. So if they wrote their book and centered it all around Alice being the creator of the universe, and made Alice out to have created humans and other animals and the plants and all this other stuff, they basically made it just like the Bible, but the Bible was not their inspiration. Alice was. You could say that Alice inspired all of them to write all of that stuff. Is that the word of Alice? Would you call that Alice having written that stuff? Because I certainly wouldn't. Would you say that Alice Liddell of Alice in Wonderland fame wrote that book? I think you probably wouldn't. And I doubt anyone in their right mind would. Okay. I want to say something about that, because if you're saying that God created this perfect world and we messed it up, but God created us in a way that we could mess up his perfect world, that would be like me saying that, I wrote a program to run Conway's Game of Life, and I created a perfect world in Conway's Game of Life, and then I added a glider to Conway's Game of Life, and the glider messed up the perfect world I created. It's all the glider's fault. Now, I don't know if you know what Conway's Game of Life is. If you don't, I'd suggest you look into it, because there's a whole universe there, and that is part of a multiverse of cellular automata that don't have to obey the rules of this universe. They have their own rules to obey. And yeah, one thing about them, about the Conway's Game of Life in particular, is that however you start it out, once you start it running, it obeys a very simple set of rules. And you can start with extreme complexity if you want, and sometimes it will remain complex, and sometimes it will simplify itself. But the exact configuration you start with, and the exact rules that are part of Conway's Game of Life, and of course the size of the universe, which by definition it's endless, but no computer can actually handle that. There are some pieces of software that can handle practically endless. In other words, endless for all practical purposes. But it's all predetermined. You start it out with a certain configuration that ends up a certain way. If you start with that same configuration, it will end up in the same number of steps the same way. So I could not rightly blame a glider that I put in Conway's Game of Life for destroying a perfect world that I had created in Conway's Game of Life, because I put it there. I chose where it was going to start. I chose what configuration I was initially going to put it in. I chose what direction it was initially going to be facing in. And what it would have, eventually run into was all a consequence of what I chose. If God chose to make humans and he had perfect knowledge of the future, then it's totally inexcusable for him to turn around and say, well, all this is humans' fault. Now, if God could not predict the future, then there's a question of how you could consider God to be all-knowing, because how can you say God knows everything if he doesn't know the future? That's like saying you've got an all-knowing chess player who knows everything except what move his opponent is going to make. That's not all-knowing. That's not even maximally knowing, because, his opponent could have told him in advance what moves he's going to make. And, that's information that he would then have known. So it is possible to know those things. It just didn't happen to know them. So, yeah, no, it really doesn't make any sense to say that God made a perfect universe and then humans screwed it up. I don't see how you could possibly blame one of God's creations for destroying God's creation. We're a part of that. Either God screwed it up or God didn't create it. Take your pick. And yeah, and he failed at that. So how powerful of a God is that? He wants someone who will love him of their free will. And so he threatens us with eternal torture. That doesn't seem like something we should love, of free will or otherwise. And it certainly doesn't sound like free will. That sounds like coercion. To tell us we're going to have an eternal reward if we do one set of things, an eternal punishment if we do another set of things, and then say, oh, but I want you to do them of your own free will. That's ridiculous. I mean, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to make fun of you or anything, but I know you don't mean it to be ridiculous, but think about it. It really is. It just doesn't make any sense to say, oh, well, God couldn't make us love him of our own free will, because then that would have been making us love him. So he had to make humans who would not love him of their own free will and would not obey him of their own free will, because that was the only way he could get humans who would love and obey him of their own free will, is by making ones that wouldn't. Really? Is he that big of a failure that he just, he had to plan his own failure from the start? Or is the idea that maybe he created Adam and Eve knowing they would fail, and knowing that evolution of human society would cause lots of failure and lots of suffering, and that out of all that failure and suffering, a tiny percentage of people would believe that he was a good being and that he was real and would love him and obey him? Maybe that's all it was. Maybe he's just going to get one human out of all that. Maybe that's what he wanted. There's one human who would love and obey him of their own free will, and the rest of us all have to suffer for eternity in hell in order for that to happen, because that was the way he planned it from the start. What kind of a God is that? Now, I'm not saying that's the God you believe in, but if it's not, then tell me what is, because that seems to be kind of how it ends up looking when you try to say that, God knew it all from the start. He just didn't want to make people, love him other than of their own free will. So he set all this in motion to get someone who would love him of their own free will. Is he that pathetic and that unlovable that billions of humans have to die and be tortured forever for him to just find one who isn't going to meet him in person and go, you know what? I thought I loved you, but you're not what I thought you were at all. Exactly. Yeah, much worse than being shot. Good of you to admit that. Okay, I hope you hear this, whether directly from me or from someone else, but I hope someday you hear this, Cindi. No, you didn't see the beauty of creation. You saw the beauty of the world you live in. Seeing the beauty of creation would mean that you witnessed the creation event happen and it was beautiful. You didn't see creation when you looked at the world around you. You saw the world around you. Is some creation happening in that world that you can witness? Sure. I mean, pine trees are creating more pine trees. It's a very slow process, and you'd have to look pretty carefully and stick around for a while to watch it happen. Is it beautiful? Yeah. Uh, if you look up time lapse photography of a plant, or a tree or any other plant growing from a seed, yeah, it is beautiful. But that's not a God creating anything. That's nature doing what nature naturally does. And yeah, there's a lot of beauty in nature. There's a lot of stuff in nature that most humans would not call beautiful as well. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of horrible, ugly stuff in nature from the point of view of a human who bothers to look. But I'm glad you got to see the beauty in nature. But that was the beauty of nature, not the beauty of creation. If there was a creation, we never got to see that because nobody bothered to, make a video of it to save and show it to us someday. Now, if there was a God who planned that all from the start, I would think, if he knew in advance that someday humans would be, what we are now, then he would also have known what a camera was, and he could have built one. Or he could have, had an angel build one on his behalf, and he could have taken film or video or whatever of the beauty of creation and documented that in an audio-visual book actually written by the creator himself. But that's not what we got. We got words on paper, and not very convincing words on paper either, because if they were very convincing, this wouldn't be a thing that just some people who have encountered it believe. And it wouldn't be something that most people only believe if they were taught at a very young age. That's that's the big kicker to the whole thing, that people don't tend to believe the Bible unless they're taught not to question it before they get a chance to question it. Well, commercial. Oh, what just happened? I don't know what just happened there. Can I find where I was, or it went to a commercial? And yeah, I don't know how far I was into this. Let's see. Okay, hold on. I'll back up a little more. Okay. Okay, this is close to where I was. I'm not sure what happened there. Yeah, sure, it was. Okay. Yeah. Um, Younger you hit the nail on the head there. But yeah, all those buildings and cars and things that you see in the big city, that's stuff that was created. That's not stuff that just naturally grew there. That was created by by beings with a mind to create things mentally and a body that could transform those mental creations into physical creations with the help of tools that they built and the physics of the world they live in, which their brains figured out enough of to work with. Um, if you had a perfect being who could do a much better job of that, then yeah, I could see, expecting the creation to be much better than what humans have created. But um, but in the case of the Bible's God, we're talking about a being who, according to the story, formed Adam out of dust, like a golem, like a statue that he's going to blow life into, as if breath and life are the same thing, as if air blown out of one person's mouth into another person's mouth carries some magical life force with it and transforms clay statues or dust statues or whatever they happen to be into living flesh with a brain. Like suddenly the anatomy of that thing changes because it got life blown into it. I mean, that's the kind of God the Bible's talking about. One that is not realistic at all and didn't have the ability to create a human cell in all its complexity with all of its DNA and allow that cell to reproduce and to grow into a human being. He had to make it out of dust or some other arbitrary substance like a rib. Now, the rib made more sense. At least then he's starting with, something that would have had human DNA in it. But where did the DNA come from? Did the DNA in that atom that came alive by God blowing life into a dust golem, did that DNA get there because it was carried by the magical force of life? And if that's all it was, then how did it just happen to be human DNA that would make offspring in the form of that God had molded that dust golem into? Any rate, I don't mean to. The idea is not to critique you, not trying to pick on you. These are thoughts I'm having as this thing is going, and I appreciate that that you were willing to go in with this group and speak, and you're welcome to do the same with me, and I will try to be as kind as I can manage and as forgiving as I can about the things that to me do seem ridiculous, and you are welcome to do likewise to me, or to make fun of me for saying things that you think are ridiculous, or whatever you feel like. But yeah, I mainly made this just to highlight Amy Newman's channel. This is something I just happened to come across shortly after I made my first video in I think approximately a year. And so I've got my system set back up so I can do that. And I thought I would just, try to do this. And here I am. Wow. How far into this am I? Well, I'm an hour and 31 minutes into the video that I'm making a video about, and I don't even know how. Oh, 5 6 hours. I'm a couple of minutes short of 6 hours right now into my own video. So I just went from trying to help out with a marathon live stream of 25 hours long to now being 6 hours into my own video. I should try to speed this up and wrap it up soon, because it's going to be morning here soon, and I got another day to start. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning here already. Any rate, I could just just end the thing and not finish the whole stream. I mean, I don't know. Maybe do a part 2 sometime. I mean, I didn't make any guarantee I'd go through the whole thing, but I'll let it play for a while longer. We'll see. That is, Cindy, that is the thing that makes a lot of people claim they believe in God. It may or may not make them actually believe. But I have spoken with believers who, I say believers because it's what they call themselves. Quite a few of them, actually, who have told me in private, and I won't name them because, it's a private thing, but it's enough of them that I can say in bulk. A lot of them have basically said that they question whether or not God is real, and they don't want God to know they're questioning whether or not he's real, but they can't help it. And and one of the main reasons why they don't want God to know that they question whether or not he's real is because they think he'll burn them forever in hell for not being sure if it turns out that he is real. And so they try to convince themselves. They try to be as sure as they can. They try to convince their God that they believe he's real, even though sometimes they believe more that he isn't than that he is, and other times they believe more that he is than that he isn't. And they've got this battle going on in their head. But I will say this much. If I believed in hell, and I believed that there was a God who was going to punish me for doing some certain things, by torturing me in hell forever for having done those things, I can't think of a single thing that I do now that it would make any sense for a God to tell me not to do. And I can't think of a single thing that I would do any differently if I was told that I was going to be rewarded, if I believed that I was going to be rewarded eternally for it or tortured eternally for it. Because I do the things that I do because I think they're the right things to do. And I may make, I'm sure I make mistakes here and there, and I may occasionally, not live up to this, always do what I think is the right thing, but I can't think of a time that I haven't. I mean, that's just what I do. And sometimes I'm not sure. But when I'm not sure, I can't see, any reason why I would say, well, I believe this story that someone's going to torture me forever unless I do things this way, and I'm going to be rewarded forever unless I do things this way, that, I should therefore make up my decision about what to do in this world based on that. Because the thing is, my actions affect the world I live in. And there are billions of other humans living in this world, and there are countless other non-human life forms living in this world, and the difference that I make in this world affects all of that to some small extent, and affects the foreseeable future of this planet. And I can do the right things that I think will lead to the best future I can help bring about. Or in such a case where I thought I could do things differently to benefit myself personally in an afterlife, I could basically condemn this world to not have that benefit so that I could benefit in some other world that I believed to be real. Well, even if I believe that, why should I put my own well-being in that other world above the well-being of so many other living, thinking entities in the world that exists here and now, and where life is precious because we only get so much of it, and where evolution continues to happen. And I don't know what some humans may evolve into. I know some of the possibilities. I know the extent to which that can happen, and it's a huge extent. I try to look into the future as far as I can and see as much of the possibilities as I can, and try to do what is the right thing for the future that I can actually affect. And if there is a being out there who is going to reward me for doing otherwise, or punish me for not doing otherwise, then there is something wrong with that being. And I am not going to bow to the will of some evil being who would torture me for doing the right thing, or reward me for doing the wrong thing. It's just not going to happen. Is that really misrepresenting him? Yeah, and that is inconsistent with a God who knew how all of this would turn out in advance and chose to take the path of most destruction. I mean, it's just inconsistent. I mean, it paints a nice story if you ignore the other stuff in the same book. But it's just that it's a nice story, and I don't see any more reason to take the nice story that you can extract out of the Bible seriously than I have to take the terribly cruel story that you can extract out of the Bible seriously. Again, that doesn't mean that it's entirely valueless. It's stuff that humans wrote, and some of it may have been intended as factual, and some of it may have been intended as historical, some of it may have been intended as mythological, some of it may have been intended as allegorical. However it was intended, it's the work of human writers. And I think we should value that work like we value the work of any other human writers. It's literature. I mean, call it scripture and say that it's holy if you want, but scripture just basically means it was written in script, and holy means that it's something for healing. And I see religion, including Christianity, doing more harm than good pretty much everywhere I see it doing anything at all. So no, that's not healing. That's that is in line with with a creator who planned death and destruction and harm from the start. And I don't think that makes that creator likely real, but it fits with the story better than a loving and forgiving creator who, saw all this coming and did it anyway, and somehow blames humans for it, even though it was his choice, not ours. I didn't choose what Adam did in the Garden of Eden. Neither did you. Maybe Adam chose it, but if God chose how to make Adam, when to make Adam, where to make Adam, what kind of things to present Adam with, what kind of personality Adam would have, what kind of things Adam knew, whether or not Adam knew right from wrong, and whether or not Adam was allowed to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, if God chose even a few of those things, he was way more responsible for the choices of Adam than I could ever be, because I never chose any of them. And neither did you. I agree with you 100% about right up until you went, in a way, hell is good. Because, yeah, I mean, yeah, I haven't dealt with him like you've dealt with him. But I have debated him. He was nice enough to concede the debate in his opening statement. But basically spent the rest of the whole thing just trying to deceive people. And I don't see him as a good person or an honest person. But eternal torture, I can't see anyone who's lived a finite life having earned that. Not eternal torture. I wouldn't wish torture on anyone, even momentarily. If I saw that it was necessary for them to learn something that would make their life better in the future, then I might go along with the idea that, yeah, in that case it's worth it for the outcome. But when you're talking about someone being eternally tortured, where is that positive outcome? At what point does the eternally tortured person get to say, okay, I've learned my lesson. Please let me go do some good in the world to make up for what I did wrong? The answer is never, because eternity doesn't end. They never get to do that. They might want to. Maybe God could make a whole bunch of people that way who would want to do better and wish they had done better. And then they're just being tortured all the more, because then they're living in a world where they know they will never get to do better, no matter how much they want to. At that point, he's then eternally torturing good people who want to do better. But he's going to torture them forever because at one point in time, they didn't do as good as they want to do now. Does that make any sense? I don't know. To me, it doesn't. That's pretty much everybody's experience. If they've been in a church for more than one day. Been there, lived there. Yes, it's a lot nicer place if you're on a tourist's spending allowance. Hmm. I didn't understand that. And I will add to that, as you know, Cindi, you pointed out, God, who apparently, by your story, put light in the sky to look like it's coming from stars that it wasn't coming from. So therefore, a deceptive God who put evidence there to back up this stuff that people are being taught by the scientific community, by scientists who've done their research and examined the evidence. And if they're all being deceived by God, if God is the great deceiver, really, whose fault is it then? Is it the fault of the people who've examined all of the evidence that God planted there to fool them? If it happens to be that way, if it happens to be that, that evidence wasn't evidence of what's real, it was evidence of what God made it look like is real, how could that possibly be anyone's fault other than God's? I don't believe there is a God to have that fault. But if there is one, and he did put deceptive data out, or deceptive, light coming from space to look like it's coming from a star when it's arriving billions of years too soon to have been able to have come from that star that was supposedly only created like 6,000 years ago. And according to the scientific data, that star maybe should have been dead already 6,000 years ago or 600,000 years ago and not be shining any more light by now. But supposedly it wasn't even created before, by then. Yeah. If the world is that deceptive and God made it that way, why should we believe anything written by or inspired by or even said in person by that God? That seems like a very untrustworthy source of information. Yeah. And yeah, and here's the thing. Those of us who don't believe that God even exists, if he's going to torture us for all eternity for not believing that he exists, and he knew good and well before we were even conceived that once we were conceived and we grew up and were born and learned the things we were going to learn, that we would not believe he exists and that he was going to torture us forever for that. Why not just nip us in the conception? Why not just snuff out that life before the fertilized egg has a chance to divide its first time? Or how about snuffing out the sperm before it can fertilize that egg? And, snuffing out any other sperm before it can fertilize that egg until one comes along who wouldn't have that property. One, that would grow up to not be tortured forever by an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving God who could see all of that in advance. Okay. Okay. And to that, I will say, good on you. You're trying to do what you think is a good thing. But consider the billions of people around the planet who have never heard of your God, have never heard of the Bible. Yes, there are billions of people on the planet Earth who have never heard of the Bible and never will hear of the Bible in their entire life. And according to the Bible, will be tortured for all of eternity for not having believed what they never had an opportunity to even know about, let alone decide whether to believe or disbelieve, let alone find any evidence to consider whether it's true or not true. Billions of people around the world are living in that situation right now, and your efforts, commendable as they may be, to try to reach people who don't believe what you believe and who you think should believe what you believe, are not going to reach those billions of people. As a matter of fact, all of the efforts of all of the Christians who have ever lived combined, including those who are alive now, have not been enough to reach those billions of people. They are still unreached by that message. And I would say they should remain unreached by that message. I don't condemn you for trying to reach them with it because you think it's a message worth reaching them with. But if there's a God out there who has the power to reach them instantly with that message, if there's a God out there who can put light in the sky to look like it's coming from stars from billions of light years away and have that light reach us for days, weeks, months, years, centuries, millennia, as if it's coming from that far away, from stars, well, I should say galaxies if they're billions of light years away, because you can't really, see stars that far. But nonetheless, points of light in the sky, that if there's a God who could make that light in the sky on its way here to send us a message that there's a star out there that has supposedly been there for billions of years, when he knows that's a deceptive message because he only created the earth and the stars and the sun and the moon some 6,000 years ago, if that kind of a God exists, why couldn't that God have put a message in the sky, a very clear message, simply stating that he exists, or with any amount of detail he felt like? Why couldn't he have put light in the sky coming to us in whatever language we are going to understand when we're born, if he knew that far in advance exactly what we would all think, what we would all be like, what things we would learn, what things we would think, what things we would care about, why not put a message in the sky for each one of us to reach us during our lifetime, at a point in our life when it would make sense to be reached by that message, at a point when we would be outside at night to see the light in the sky. You know, not just those of us alive now, when we now finally have modern technology that could do such a thing, but why not all the way back to Adam and Eve? I mean, oh, sure, he talked to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, according to the stories, which he could also do with the rest of us if he's really that powerful. But I'm just saying, would be so much simpler, so much easier for him to just put a single message in the sky for each one of us, or however many messages he thought it would take for that individual, whatever he needed those messages to say. He could have had it so, you know, any one of us that has any doubts, we could go out outside at night, and a message that God put in the sky at the beginning would be just then reaching us for us to read in the sky and tell us exactly what we needed to hear or to see. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't see any reason why a God who could do such a thing would instead resort to having people like you try to get through to people who don't believe the things you believe, because they've looked at evidence supposedly planned in advance by that same God, and that evidence has led them to believe something that contradicts the things you believe. I mean, wouldn't it have made more sense if that God was going to plant light in the sky coming toward us, to put light in the sky that would educate us and direct us and show us the truth, rather than light that would deceive us? I don't think it is a deception. I don't think there's a God that put it there. I think, you know, what we see as stars and galaxies in the sky are just that, exactly what they appear to be. You know, that maybe not exactly what they appear to be to the naked eye, because we can't see that good that way. But you know, the more detail we look at them in, the more we can see what they appear to be when looked at clearly. And yeah, I think that's what they are. I don't think there's a deception that was put there, but I could be wrong. And if there was such a deception put there, was that the good guy or the bad guy put the deception there? Because you're basically making it out to be the good guy. And if nobody had put a name on it, if somebody had just told you that there was a deception put in the sky, you know, and it was either a good guy or a bad guy who put it there, I don't think you'd have any trouble saying, well, you know, if it had to be the good guy or the bad guy, I'd say that would have been the bad guy. And yet, you know, here you are basically saying that, you know, your God is the good guy and put that deception in the sky. according to the stories. Yeah. Okay. First off, you say he teaches us this, but no. The Bible teaching us something is not God teaching us something. The stars in the sky, if God put them there, that's God teaching us something. God is teaching us that there are galaxies billions of years old, that there are stars billions of years old whose light we're seeing from hundreds of millions of light years away. It's, well, hundreds of thousands of light years. Yeah, 100,000. Okay, but from a long distance. Regardless of the numbers, like I said, the exact numbers aren't really important anyway. The thing is, if God put those there, that's God teaching us. We look up in the sky and we see light that God put there. If all of our best science, our best scrutiny of the real world tells us that that data indicates that that point of light in the sky is billions of light years away from us, and that our James Webb Space Telescope is picking up light that apparently has been traveling for billions of years to reach us. And if that's light that God put there some roughly 6,000 years ago to fool us, to give us a false image of what the world is really like, that's deception. But that's God teaching us. That's God teaching us lies. The Bible is a book. God didn't print that book. God didn't translate that book. God didn't write that book. And it's doubtful that there was any real God who inspired that book. A God of various stories, yeah. A story God. Not a real God, not a supernatural God, not a natural God, not a physical God, not a Holy Spirit, not a not a God in human form or a human in God form or anything like that. Just a story character. That's what inspired those stories, is story characters. Yahweh being one of them. Elohim being another one of them. In some cases, those both being the same one of them. Jehovah also being Yahweh, but to some people not being Yahweh, because that's humans for you. But yeah, as far as I can tell, all of them just story characters. So the book says. Applegate, huh? Go for it. Okay. That's funny. That's funny, Amy. Yes. If that one loses its legs, it'll look just like the other. Ah. That's too funny. if you believe the Bible, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's. I think that's the point they're trying to make, Cindy. That snakes actually get along quite well without legs. It's really not much of a curse. If they used to have legs, yeah, really not much of a curse for them to have lost it. As a matter of fact, yeah, occasionally there is that atavism where a snake is born that does grow, that does have legs. That the embryo grows legs and they don't get absorbed back in. Same thing happens occasionally with whales. That they get basically back fins. Um, but yeah, the snake legs that come back, those atavistic legs, they don't do them any good. They get in the way. Now there are some rather long somewhat snake-like lizards that have legs. I don't see any advantage to that. Snakes are better off than they are. So this is kind of like, I mean, really, it's almost like God was testing the serpent. And when, what, I'm going to see whether or not, the serpent will tell these humans I'm lying to the truth. And the serpent did. And God went, you know what? I'm going to reward you for that. And the humans wrote about it and went, oh, we got legs. They don't. Must have been a curse. We'll call it a curse in the book. Yeah, I wouldn't condone your God taking putting him in hell for eternal torture. Um but I mean, if he wants to take his legs away as a punishment, just saying. No. I just hope he becomes a better person. I hope someday he will figure out that he should be a better person and easily could be, and will just become a better person, because it's sad. I mean, see, I don't wish harm on people like that, because I figure it's already harmful enough to them to be who they are. I'm glad I'm not them. Dash. Those are dashes. Yeah, it's pretty rare. Yeah, yeah, for what it's worth, Cindi, you might take this as an insult, take it as a compliment. I think you have the potential to be an atheist someday, and I hope for your sake that that happens, because it's nice to see the world for what it is, and and not have to try to make stories that don't fit together make sense. I'm just saying, I guess, to word that another way, um, I hope that someday you will be able to hear out people like this who have a diverse set of points of view, and be, feel secure in the fact that your knowledge and understanding of the world comes from knowledge of facts and evidence, and an understanding that you can't get just by reading an old book and taking someone's word for something. Yeah, gigantism does happen. Insects at one point in time, very long time ago, there was a certain amount of gigantism that happened. It gets exaggerated, so watch out for that. And a photograph, of course, photographs can be faked. Photographs can be deceptive even if they're not faked. It's really hard to tell a scale from a single point of view in a photograph, and it's that's not really a good piece of evidence for the size of anything. It's just not. So, at any rate, yeah, enough for me. Yeah, I don't know of any giant cockroaches either, although there are some pretty big ones now. That sounds about right. Oh. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to pause that, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the live stream. I'm just past the 2-hour mark there, and 2 hours and 50 seconds, I think, or something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that. I could keep going, but yeah, it's yeah, 6 hours and 49 minutes of this, and yeah, that's I'm tired. and I've got stuff to do, and it's morning already. So all right. Don't know if there's anybody still watching actually in the live stream. If you want to say hi and chat before I close it down, feel free. If anybody wants to get in on the live stream and say something before I close it, put something in the comments, and hopefully I'll see it before I close this up. Otherwise, I'm going to call that good enough. So yeah, I hope people will, see this and go look up Amy Newman's channel and see what she's got to offer over there. And I don't know, what I'll be doing next on my Eminent Reflection channel, or on my Donald Kronos channel. This one went on both, like said near the beginning, that's not something I plan to do as a general rule, but just wanted to do that because it's been so long since I posted anything on either one, and trying to kind of make make an effort to get back into doing this on a regular basis and putting out some regular contents. So I might simulcast if I don't put out stuff often enough to do it on just one channel or the other and have it seem like enough. But I'm not sure really what's enough either. And I'll look forward to hopefully getting people's feedback on that. So at any rate, yeah, I'll see about sending Amy a message to let her know that I did this, and hopefully she'll approve. Didn't have a chance to really talk to her about it before I started because she was in her live stream at the time. I suppose I could have asked in chat first, but yeah, too tired to think of that. Any rate, so whoever watches this, thank you, and if you share it with anyone, thank you for that, and I hope that I will produce better content than this in the future, where I'm not so tired. But in the meantime, I hope at least some people will have enjoyed this, and thanks for checking it out. Bye.